Good evening, College Park. It is Tuesday, August 7. Sorry, Wednesday, August 7. You didn't have a meeting last night. August 7, 7:30 p.m. Calling to the order of the regular meeting of the City of College Park City Council, College Park, Maryland. We'll begin the meeting with a moment of silent meditation followed by Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, this will be led by Councilmember Hernandez. Colleagues, do you want to add anything to the meditation? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If we can keep in mind those individuals who are experiencing flooding down in the Georgia, Texas, Florida, Panhandle, they're going through a lot, and it's not over yet. It's going to be another couple of days. So,
Thank you.
reason why I say it because I have two family members in two different states. So I appreciate your intentions.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. I will remember. Anyone else? If not, please join me in a moment of silent meditation. Councilmember Hernandez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The roll call. Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Here.
Dr. Esters.
Present.
Ms. Whitney.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Mackey.
Present.
Councilmember Adams.
Here.
And Councilmember Reig is away. Hopefully he'll be joining next meeting. Announcement again in the same order, starting with Councilmember Hernandez, District 1.
Yeah. Hey, we really wanted to thank everyone, to include city staff, all of the members that came to join us yesterday at the at Duval Field for National Night Out. Extremely grateful for Branchville, College Park, University, UMD's police department, and the Hyattsville Police Department for showing up. It was just a great opportunity to see neighbors and learn a little bit more about the public services that we have. Huge shout out to Director Kokar and his team over at Public Services. I want to remind or share with everyone that we're going to be having a sidewalk discussion in College Park tomorrow. It's a robust conversation where we're going to kind of cover and get a refresher on the Complete and Green Streets projects and goals that the city's had, but also talk about some of the specific sidewalk projects that we have ongoing and take public input questions regarding those specific projects. We hope you can join us. It starts at, it'll be from 7 to 9 in Davis Hall. The Zoom link will be sent, or has been sent out. So if you have any questions, please reach out.
Thank you, and thanks for your leadership in organizing it. Councilmember Hill?
Yes, thank you. Jacob's already mentioned the things I would have mentioned. Thank you again to the staff and everybody who participated in yesterday's National Night Out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great event. Dr. Esters?
I just wanted to at least acknowledge the Berwyn Civic Association for their planning of their National Night Out event as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great as well. I had a chance to be there for a while, little bit. Ms. Whitney?
Thank you. I also would like to announce that tomorrow night is the Lakeland Civic Association meeting for the month of August at 7 p.m. Thank you.
May have to miss it. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell?
Pass, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Mackey?
Just another reminder that your Good Neighbor Day project proposals are due on August 13th. So I hope that people will put in projects for Good Neighbor Day and participate. Thank you.
Thank you for your constant reminder. We only have a week left. Councilor Adams?
Pass.
Thank you. City Manager's report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a quick note, we are monitoring the weather for this weekend.
Originally, we were expecting about 8 inches of rain over the 3 days. It's been reduced down to 2 to 4 inches. We still have our Friday Night Live event. We're going to continue to monitor. It doesn't look good at this point, but we'll make a hard decision tomorrow morning and let the public know whether or not we're going to be able to go forward with that. But you know, the weather around here, it can turn overnight, and so we're hoping that's the case tonight. So also, we will be sending out notice to residents that may wish to have some sandbags and where they can get those. That'll go out here with our weekly information, as well as we'll put that up on our website as well for those residents that need that.
Thank you. Any question for Mr. Young? Thank you. Ms. Mackey, please go ahead.
Mr. Young, in the case of if we have a power outage during the hurricane, would there be a place for people that have to have refrigerated medicine?
The county has, the health department has dedicated locations that we can put residents in touch with. They actually have the facilities that accommodate those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for asking that question. Yeah, I neglected to recognize our student liaison, Ms. Ott. She actually joined online. Ms. Ott, do you have any announcement to make? Please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, I would like to recognize the turf that recently made it into the Olympics and got a gold medal.
Wow. Thank you.
Tia LaFond. And I'm very excited to have everyone back at school very soon.
Exactly, looking forward to. Thank you. All right, let's do acknowledgement. We do have one former elected official from former District 2 City Council member, Bob Catlin. Thank you for coming and joining. I do not see anyone online, unless I miss anyone. No. All right. Let's do not have a proclamations or awards. Let's go to the next order of business, which is the amendment to an approval of the agenda. Does the council want to amend anything? Mr. Adams?
Yes, I'd like to request movement of 24G 112 off the consent agenda. I think it's an excellent item, and what's being proposed by the city is great. I just know that there's a lot of interest in this, and I'd like just to understand a little bit of the options that were considered and what other measures could have been taken. So if we could move that off the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't need a vote. So this will be discussed at the end of 24G 117, so there will be 4 action items. All right.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The agenda has been approved. Now we go to the public. If anyone wants to speak on any items which are not on our agenda, consent agenda or work session, you have 3 minutes. Please, if you have joined online, please raise your virtual hands and I will allow you to speak. I do not see anyone. So let's go to the next order of business, which is the presentation. And this time I'll invite our Director of Finance, Gary Fields, about the quarterly financial report presentation on the review of FY24 encumbrances of the possible FY25 budget amendment. Welcome, Mr. Fields.
Thank you very much. I would say just before I begin, I might have participated in the Olympics many years ago, but I'm trying to do a job of cash
Can I, maximize that anyway.
And the microphone is problematic right now.
Here he comes. Thank you.
Can you maximize this side?
He's going to do it. Please continue.
I'll get started briefly. There's not a whole lot to talk about on the revenue side. I would like to mention, I think about a year ago, the KY effect. We had a great year with revenues. That's the Kenny Young effect. Since he's been on, we've done very good financially. But again, there's not a whole lot to report there. If you look at the bottom line, total revenue, we were at 97.5%. But if you look at just below here, if I can scroll down, the budget revenue line included $609,000 for FY24. That was the appropriation of the FY23 surplus. That is not a true revenue, but it is a source of funding, so it doesn't actually show up in the actual column. It comes out in the bottom line. The excess revenues over expenditures comes out of fund balance, but if you factor that in, you can see we were virtually dead on revenues, 99.99%. The only real anomaly there, admissions and amusement tax, and I think I've talked about that since the first quarter or second quarter. We expected to get a big chunk of dollars in. It still has not come in. We still anticipate it coming in, but it may not come in time to accrue for FY24. But as you'll see later, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world. We did have a very good year financially. Just a graphic representation of the revenues, the 100% line there, a number of them well over 100%, and those were larger dollar amounts, so percentages mean a lot there. On the expense side, I don't think there's anything in here that we'll look more at the detail in the graph that I have not brought up in prior quarterly statements. Again, looking at the bottom line, just about 90% of budget expenditures, so we were, for the most part, well under budget. The only one at 100% are actual transfers for debt and CIP, so those equal the budget. Looking a little more in detail, and again, this is where I said most of these I've discussed in prior quarters. Mayor and council budget's down for a couple of reasons, the largest one being the $350,000 that was budgeted for the student housing subsidy not being spent. We'll talk about that in just a minute with the encumbrances. Again, public services, admin, basically related to the payout accrual, leave accruals, payouts for the retiring public services director back in January, increase that. On the flip side, in planning and zoning, the retirement of the former director in 2023 occurred before we had a chance to budget that in 24, so the budget line was kind of inflated, so those were lesser numbers. So that's all on the, I'm going to go to the encumbrances, but I don't know if anybody has any questions on, this is the typical end of the financial report.
Anyone has a question? Mr. Adams.
So do I read this correctly in seeing that in FY23 in the prior fiscal year, we collected $746,918 from the amusement and admissions tax?
Correct.
And this year we've collected $54,000 to date?
Correct.
So, that's less than 10%, right, I believe?
Yeah, it comes, I mean, the budget last for FY23 was significantly higher than budgeted, and was the reason we thought budgeting the 480 for for FY '24. So this 54, I believe, is only 2 quarters. This money comes from the state. So they remit it. We normally would have 4 quarters in. So we feel like we'll probably be contacting the state here after the next quarterly remittance
And
if
so
they
there's-
don't include.
And there's probably, let's say there's $500,000 that we get with that. If we, that's almost conservative compared to what it was the year before. And I don't think there was notable difference in activities on campus for athletics, which I think is the biggest portion of that. But, so how would that work? So that would mean that we would collect it in FY '25 and it would be a revenue for FY '25?
If it comes in before August 31st, a few weeks away, we will accrue it. Accounting rules, governmental accounting rules allow us to accrue it to 24. If it comes in after that, we would, it will go into FY '25.
And if we get it before August 31st, we would just go to surplus for FY '24.
It would add, yeah, it would add to the surplus for '24.
And if it comes in after August 31st, would we see a request on council on how we potentially want to use that revenue, or how does that work?
It would go into revenues. If there was a desire to spend it to increase the budget, we would look at, doing a budget amendment for that.
Okay, thank you.
So by default, it will go to reserve funds unless the council thinks otherwise, right?
Yeah, at year end, next June 30th, if, assuming a big chunk, well, whatever comes in, if we put it into FY '25, next June 30th, any excess would go into fund balance.
Thank you.
Are we, when is, just to be clear, Mr. Fields, when is the county's remittance day?
For property tax?
Yeah, well, no, for the admission and amusement tax.
It's not the county, it goes through the
sorry.
state. The admissions amusement tax, I think I talked about it last quarter, the quarter before. The biggest portion of it is UMD athletics and especially football, but there's also a lot from the golf courses, from bowling alleys, from other, I get the amusement side of it.
Is there anything council can do to help highlight the need for us to get paid out for the past couple of quarters before the August 31st deadline?
I wouldn't ask you to do that now. I mean, if we don't find anything out, it's certainly something but my preference would be, with your permission, to allow us to try to resolve the issue.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Any other question on that? All right, please proceed. Thank you.
So on the encumbrance side, I'm going to take just a brief minute. I know y'all are dying to get an accounting 101 lesson, but just very briefly on some terminology. I think sometimes we use different terminology kind of for the same thing, and it may get confusing. And one of the things that I wanted to mention, I think there may have been some confusion since this regarding encumbrances on the agenda tonight, and then the ARPA money and the lost revenue money. There is no need nor a desire to spend this surplus down. The surplus, as you probably are aware, ends up going into our reserves. But just briefly, I wanted to mention some terms that I'm going to use tonight. And we've already said surplus a number of times. That's technically the revenue for the year, for a fiscal year, in excess of expenditures. On the flip side, a deficit, which doesn't apply tonight, is expenditures in excess of a revenue for a fiscal year. And then fund balance, also known as reserves or the rainy day fund that gets mentioned, is the net accumulation of surplus and deficits over the life of, in this case, the city or a business. And in the process of year-end closing, which we're going through now, revenues get closed out, expenditures get closed out, and they get closed out to fund balance. So that's how they go in there. And so we use the term kind of sometimes reserves, fund balance, surplus, sort of interchangeably, but they're really all the same thing. It's just the timing. Surplus is what's going to go into reserves or fund balance each fiscal year. So, and with that, any action taken that affects surplus, and that's what we're going to talk about in just a second, reduces the reserves. So with that in mind, hopefully that didn't muddle up anything else. So where we are tonight, for fiscal year 24, the numbers that we have, we had total revenue of $24.18 million. Expenditures and transfers out were $22.2 million, leaving a surplus right now, and I want to stress this is unaudited, $1.98 million. We may have some additional adjustments. Again, it may be positive if we get the admissions and amusement tax in. There could be some additional accruals of expenses. I don't expect anything significant, but they could be out there. So that 1.98 million surplus already in the FY25 budget, what you approved was using $190,000 of that surplus to fund FY25 operations, the same way we saw earlier. The 24 budget had $609,000 of 23 surplus that funded the 24 budget. Additionally, these are the encumbrances, and I guess I was going to define encumbrances, although I didn't include it there. Encumbrances there's a lot of accounting definitions for encumbrance, but in the case we use them for related to budget and accounting at year end. An encumbrance is basically a budget amendment that has already been approved by City Council. So the first one here, the student housing subsidy, that $150,000 has already been approved by Council. It was included in the FY24 budget, but due to timing, usually it's due to timing reasons, we come into the year, we can't get the money spent, but there's still a desire to spend the money. So we call that an encumbrance. In addition, this year, there were 3 business retention and assistance grants. Actually, there was a 4th, but it was a $25,000 grant was paid, but the council approved. Again, due to timing, some of the Taco Habanero grant was paid out, but we couldn't get all of those paid out. Additionally, this is not yet approved, so technically this isn't an encumbrance. It is a true budget amendment, but we expect that will come in. Again, I've got it noted there, this has not been approved by council yet. Putting it into the budget amendment does not necessarily approve the grant. You will have a chance to come back. I'm sure Mr. Williams will be coming back at some point in time to get approval of that grant. So the total of the budget amendment right now, and this is subject to change if we get some additional, if we get a significant amount of money in for admissions and amusement tax, and I'll talk with the city manager to see if there's some need there. This could change, could increase. Again, if you decide not to do some of these, if you don't want to include the last one there, that 100,000, it could decrease. But I call it the hypothetical 24 surplus, because the 24 surplus will be 1.9 million or some number around there. These numbers, you'll see the actions reducing surplus up there. It said it affects the 2025 numbers. So these numbers will affect the fund balance come next June 30th, 2025. So that's all I have to present on this. I don't know if there's any questions. I think it's in the next one. I said we would bring back something at the September 3rd meeting, a budget amendment to get that process started. There has to be an ordinance, introduction of an ordinance, the public hearing, all of that, but there is not a meeting on September 3rd, so at best it would be September 10th. So that's all I have here. Again, I will be back hopefully before midnight to talk about ARPA and lost revenue recovery dollars.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you have a question?
Yes, I had a question about the FY '23 surplus. So that was approved to be used in FY '24, but it appears that we might not have needed that to fund the revenues or fund the expenditures and transfers. So am I correct to understand that the FY '23 fund transfer to FY '24, which is $609,000, that will just go to the fund balance? Is that?
Anything left, yeah, it falls out through fund balance. Any difference, if it was needed or not, would affect fund balance.
Yeah, I just note that the bottom of this page, it's of FY '24, it's $24,794,000. But on this other page that we're looking at, it's $24,185,000. So it doesn't have that $609,000 of FY '20. And so what I'm trying to understand, does that mean it's assumed it's going to fund balance?
Yeah, did I pull the wrong number over? No, it's 24,185, and that's the number I only threw in. It's 24,185 for total revenue. I was just showing the 609. The 609's in the budget column. It's not in the actual column.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Gary, Mr. Fields, for always bringing this to us. I just want to ask another question in regards to surplus fund balance. So I remember you saying before that as a city, we should have, I can't remember the actual number, how many months of reserve?
The rule of thumb is 3 months. Again, it all depends on the organization or, a particular city. Mm-hmm. We have a 25% retention by ordinance that's been in effect. Our number if you take into account this budget amendment, we are still looking, our budget had us at about 37%, the approved budget. With these, we are still about that same number. So still at 37%, actually goes down slightly, not to complicate things, but the fund balance is based on a percentage of expenditures, the next year's expenditures, so these add to expenditures, so your denominator increases, which I think takes the number down from like 37% to 36.5%. But
so, could I ask the question? It's financial auditing rules recommend 2 to 3 months, but we could have more than 2 to 3 months in reserve.
yes, and I think it's typical for a city this size, and again, a growing city typically needs more reserves than a static city, if you will, an older, more established city that doesn't have a lot going on. So additional fund balance is good to have in our situation.
Okay, all right, thank you, appreciate that.
So if we have 36% of the expenditures, then that means we'll be having expenditures of about 4 months.
Just a little over 4 months.
4 months, okay. Just, we're in good health. Because the charter requires us 25%.
So let me just interject, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So the reason why I asked the question about the fund balance, I'm always going back to 2020, 21, 2020, when we had the COVID. And it was just by the will of National League of Cities and all working with the White House to get money from ARPA. And if we didn't have it, what would it look like for us as a city if we only had 3 months worth of revenue?
But probably can have that discussion in the ARPA.
Well, I will give the simple answer, and I would need to do more math. We would be $10 million less in the general fund. The $10 million is what our Treasury, the government allowed us to take as lost revenue recovery from our ARPA funding. So that bumped general fund up $10 million. Again, we'll be talking a little bit more about that later.
Okay.
But really was a huge benefit to the city.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. Good conversation. Dr. Estes and then Ms. Mackey. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to try to bring all of this home. I am not a numbers person as much as some other people. So I want to make sure that for others who aren't numbers people, they get this. So ultimately, the surplus that you speak of and the anticipated numbers, what you said earlier was that there isn't necessarily an interest in trying to spend this money as opposed to putting it into the fund balance.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, I mean, most people understand businesses much better than local government, and terminology is different. So we never use net income in the business world is a surplus in the governmental world. But since governments don't operate for profit, it's different terminology. But it helps to net income for a business adds to their retained earnings. You've probably heard that term. Retained earnings is the same thing for government as fund balance.
Thank you. Ms. Mackey.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking us all back to Accounting 101. So I just want to get my head around the numbers also. So because we don't have the ending of the admission and amusement tax, the surplus for 2023 could conceivably be more? No.
24. This
So
is
that'll be
2024.
2024, okay. So we had 609,392 for 23, and we have a unaudited amount of surplus of 1,290,677 for 24.
The surplus for 24 is going to be close to that 1,981,000
Okay.
number.
And excuse me if I misheard you, but you said that there was $25,000 that wasn't in it. Could you explain that? Because I didn't catch that.
There was another grant.
Okay,
What was the?
prime time. okay.
Prime time.
That's what it is, okay.
So we had paid, that was approved by council, and that got paid out
That
prior
was
to
paid out.
June 30th. So
Okay.
it showed on what I sent in the agenda, but
Yes.
just to try to simplify this, took it out here.
I understand now. Thank you so much for clearing that up. Thank you.
Thank you. That all you have, Mr. Fields? Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
hard work, keeping us on the track. And hope to see you kind of later part of the night. All right, next order of business of approval of the consent agenda. Let me read out the 5 consent agenda we have, and then I will entertain a motion. The first one is 24G110, which is the approval of request for a driveway apron variance for a double-wide concrete curb cut and driveway apron at the 4910 Iroquois Street, contingent upon owner entering into declaration of covenant. 24G111, which is the approval of a request of a driveway apron variance for a double-wide concrete curb cut driveway apron at 5007 Edgewood Road, contingent upon owner entering into a declaration of covenant. Next one is 24G113, which is approval of a letter of support to the University of Maryland's Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering for their Safe Streets and Roads for all planning and grant application to the Department of Transportation. The fourth one is 24G114, which is the approval of a joint application with the University of Maryland Center of Advanced Transportation Technology Lab for the Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation SMART grant to leverage $1.2 million in grant funds to deploy pedestrian and cyclist data collection infrastructures. And the last one is 24G115, which is the approval of the June 9, 2024 and July 16, 2024 Mayor and Council meetings. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right. couple of people. I believe it's Councilmember Adams moved it, and seconded by Councilmember Hernandez. Okay. They're nodding their heads. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The consent agenda has been approved. Next, we go to the public hearing and possible action, which is on ordinance 24003. Who is going to take it? This is Mr. Coker, right? On the noise ordinance. Welcome, Mr. Coker. Thank you for your work.
Good evening, council, residents, and
Please turn on the mic.
good evening, council, residents, and the business owners for City of College Park. This is a public hearing request for adoption of an ordinance that was introduced last time, and the ordinance number is 24-0-03, amending the city code. It relates with section 138 noise related ordinance. And I would like to bring the background, like there are different sections that have been discussed regarding this. They are section 1 at 138, section 6, subsection B, 1, 2, and 3, as well as section 8, subsection A through E, and the attached ordinance addresses recommendation made by Noise Control Board. Additionally, section 7 has been included to address issues that commonly arise during the noise disturbance investigations, and specifically section 7, subsection A requires that during a noise disturbance investigation by city code enforcement officers or a state, county, or a University of Maryland or other law enforcement officers chosen by the code enforcement, and civil citation can be issued when an owner or an occupant of a real property under investigation fails to provide or produce identification when requested, and or second, an individual falsely identifying themselves as an owner or occupant of a real property under investigation. There have been, like changes to the penalty amount also, which is like $250, which is a increased value compared to the previous values that were in the ordinance. And also section 7 of chapter 138, subsection C, it also authorizes Public Services Director to initiate a show cause hearing before the Advisory Planning Commission for revocation of a use and occupancy permit in which 3 violations of section 7, subsection A occurred during the 12-month period. Alternatively, a show cause hearing for revocation of a use and occupancy permit can be initiated when it is determined that an occupant of a real property was advised by the owner or owner's representative to falsely or fraudulently identify themselves to the code enforcement officers or the other similar, officers which have been referred earlier as well. It is believed that some of the owners or owners' representatives are encouraging or advising their tenants to falsely identify themselves during a noise disturbance investigation. If true, the potential revocation of a use and occupancy permit is warranted for such attempts to obstruct noise disturbance investigation. So like a show cause hearing can be done. That is what has been indicated in this amendment that has been put forward by the Noise Control Board, and it has been vetted by my staff as well as myself, and it's an improvement to the previously existing language in this particular ordinance. I believe there are 3 council options that we have. Either we adopt the ordinance as it was presented, and the second one would be to request amendments with prior to the adoption, and third will be to just leave this thing as it is. Those are the 3 options for the council to consider. We are recommended that we should consider the option 1, and Stephanie, do I need to read the?
No,
Okay.
you don't need to. So the order of business will be taking public input and the public hearing, and then the council will discuss
Sure.
and possibly will take action.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work, and hopefully this will give our code enforcement officers additional tool to address loud noises. Thank you. Any question for Mr. Coker? I think we talked about it in the past, but if you have any follow-up questions. If not, let's go to the public hearing. I think I saw one hand, virtual hand. Mr. Phil probably raised his hand, but I do not see that anymore. Anyone wants to speak in the room or virtually? If you want us to speak, Mr. Phil. Okay, let me, can staff bring him in? I don't have the ability. Yeah, please unmute yourself and proceed with your testimony. And state your name if you're a resident of College Park.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Please state your name and if you're a resident of College Park and proceed
Mr. Mayor,
with your
Mr. Mayor,
testimony.
can you open the hearing?
You need to officially open it later.
Okay, so this is the time to speak on the hearing on this item. Please go ahead and
Okay, I
state your name
have a
first.
short statement. My name is Philip Aronson. I live at 5020 Odessa Road, which is in District 1. I've lived in the city for 45 years, as of August 1st. For the past 7 or 8 of those years, I've lived close to what I would call a serial noise ordinance violator. On many weekends, this resident hosts large parties in the backyard, which abuts my backyard. The loud, heavy bass music that they play begins in the afternoon and sometimes goes well into the early hours of the next morning. The additional noise is generated by individuals talking loudly and young children yelling and screaming. On the 4th of July and several other holidays, there have been fireworks shot off. During one year, I requested records through the Freedom of Information Act, through the calls of noise complaints to this address. The number was over 20. Typically what happens is when I call and a noise officer responds and goes over there, the noise is turned down after they visit the scene. After about 10 minutes, 10 minutes or so after the noise control officer leaves, the music is turned right back up again, and I have to call again. I have reached out. What I want to speak on, and I just have another minute. What I want to speak up on is that I have reached out to several neighbors. I don't have the code right in front of me, who also are adversely affected by this noise, and I've done so in an attempt to secure a second resident to join me in filing a complaint with the Noise Control Board. These efforts have been unsuccessful. Several neighbors have told me that they would not sign a complaint because they fear retaliation by these occupants. I think that this part of the code, again, I don't have the site, which requires more than one resident to file a complaint, should be amended. I feel that my status as a tax-paying resident at College Park is diminished by this requirement that whether it's one person or 10, it's still important that I should be able to bring a complaint and see if the Noise Control Board feels that it's valid, and I would urge the council to consider changing that part of the chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? I do not see. Mr. Coker, kind of follow-up questions, just to confirm. I think we discussed if these amendments are passed, then in order to have a hearing, the Noise Control Board, we only need an application or request from one person, right?
That is correct. That is the language that has been changed in consultation with our city attorney. And like if one person gives with the affidavit, that is sufficient to hold a noise control board hearing.
In the past, we needed at least two, I believe.
We needed two people.
Two people.
And a lot of time, even if it's within the same family, sometimes there is a disagreement within the household, and there could be other, hidden reasons why somebody wants to testify or put it in writing for the reasons, which are not come to the top of the discussion.
Thank you. So the changes will probably address Mr. Aronson's concerns that he's not finding another person to support. And if tonight the council approves it, it will take 50 days, is it, to go into effect? How many days? Remind us.
21.
21 days, okay. Okay, that's better than 50. Thank you. Seeing none, I declare that the public hearing has been held. Let's come back to the council for possible actions, if you want to take action as recommended by staff to approve it. In that way, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Adams.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-0-03 to amend chapter 138 noise, subsection 138-5, prohibited acts and exemptions.
Second.
Sorry. Well, there's a lot more left this. Sorry. Well, 138-6, violations and penalties, 138-7, notice, 138-8, proceedings of the Noise Control Board, 138-9, imposition of a fine by Noise Control Board, and 138-10, copies of provisions to be provided, and to the amend chapter 110, fees and penalties by amending subsection 110-2, penalties, to reorganize the noise ordinance to impose certain mandatory disclosures during noise disturbance investigations and impose penalties for violations, prohibit false identification of owner or tenant during a noise disturbance investigation, and impose penalties for violations, to authorize revocation of use and occupancy permits based upon multiple instances of noise disturbances, and to make other clarifying and conforming changes.
Second.
This time, Dr. Esters. Mr. Adams, do you have further comments?
I think this is very, very well done. I appreciate the resident who testified, and it sounds like we are going to be addressing their concern and other concerns that have been brought up over the past few years. So I'm really happy we're moving forward with this.
Thank you. Any further comments before we take the vote? Ms. Mackey.
Just a quick comment. So we received a statement from one of the noise board people that have served Mrs. Bellamy from District 4, and I appreciated that she sent something in supporting this from the noise board.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Mr. Hill.
So if I heard correctly, it's only going to require one person to file a complaint?
That is correct. But they have to give a affidavit.
Okay.
And there will be hearing, so just filing complaint doesn't mean it's fully approved. Yeah, it's a hearing.
Okay.
We schedule a hearing.
Because I've known of situations where there's been, very sensitive hearing resident that the slightest noise they could, would offend them, and they would call in and all that. So that's just where it just makes me worry that if just one resident that can invoke this, and this resident's like super sensitive about things, and it's like gonna complain all the time about anybody, everybody, That's why it was two before, just to verify that, it's not just one resident, that's like coming down hard on everybody,
Yeah, the downside of that is it's very hard to find another person agreeing to it.
Yeah. And I also think it's so I had to address this recently, and I was looking for the information to instruct the residents to formally file a complaint with the Noise Control Board versus just calling in for code enforcement, to do a decibel reading and all that. And it was hard to find information online. It was hard to find the process to give to the residents to do this. And I think that might have a big problem, a big issue with not having very many complaints filed because they just can't find the information. They just think all I got to do is call up the city and complain, and that does not necessarily invoke a noise control board hearing.
Thank you, good point. That's probably a communication department issue, so we could probably can always do better in terms of letting residents know about the changes in the law. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Hi, so I just kind of wanted to commend staff for bringing us this issue and remind everyone that this was first taken into account regarding, I think, what was happening in District 4, where we were having a hard time trying to enforce our policies and ordinances here in the city in order to get, improve the behavior of some of the residents. So I really, really appreciate that. I support the changes because they enhance the clarity and enforceability of noise regulations. I think I see my colleague's point, Councilmember Hughes, in terms of it feeling like it might be easier to target folks. I think every time that, is it Mr. Mark Schroeder, right? Yeah. Comes and speaks to us, he says, we're people evaluating people. Right, so we're going to take everything into account and not just one or two different facts that are being presented to us. We're going to make sure that we fully understand the issue. We're going to do due diligence in the investigation that we're doing. So I think with that in mind and the confidence I have in folks that go and volunteer for the noise board, I'm supportive of this.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak? Seeing none, let's take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? With a vote of 6-0, it passes. So Ms. Whitney is just stepped out. Thank you, staff, again for your hard work. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the other 4 action items now. The first one would be 24-004.
Mr. Mayor, may I interject? Could we entertain a motion to amend the agenda to put the Knox Road as the first action item, so Mr. Halpern and Mr. Vassal and Jacob can, get back to their work?
Yeah.
So is it a suspend the rules, or is it?
Suspension.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to place 24, I think it's G112 at the beginning of the action items.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? So the motion has been approved. So we'll be discussing, rather taking action on 24G112, which is the approval of the installation of the safety measures on Knox Road between Guilford and Baltimore Avenue. Mr. Vassalotti and Steve Halpern. Thank you both for coming. Thank you, Mr. Adams. This is the
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item 24-G-112 reflects the completion of our evaluation of pedestrian and bicyclist issues identified on Knox Road and Hartwick Road between Guilford Drive and Baltimore Avenue. This location was identified by students during the Student Government Association Safety Walk last year, and additional outreach has been conducted with the Transportation Committee of the Res Life Association as well. So just a little backstory. Since 2014, over the past 10 years, the area located west of Baltimore Avenue along Knox Road and Hartwick Road has experienced widespread development and population growth that's brought a lot of pedestrian activity, especially connecting these developments from the housing and retail to main campus of University of Maryland. Staff identified some issues with visibility, as well as some high speeds and inconsistent striping patterns. Additionally, in data received from Maryland State Police and MDOT, Maryland Highway Safety Office, this Knox Road between Baltimore Avenue and Guilford Drive was identified as having the highest number of pedestrian-related injury crashes in the city out of all the streets that have been under city maintenance for at least the past 5 years. So the proposal seeks to extend the westbound bike lane, make some changes to parking configurations so that pedestrians and drivers can see each other without having obstructions of vehicles in the way. We have a number of instances, especially 2 crosswalks on Knox Road, where if large vehicles such as pickup trucks or utility vans are parked too close to the crosswalk, there's no way for pedestrians and drivers to see each other, and some additional improvements to prohibited parking areas and restriping and refreshing crosswalks and other striping along the street. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Halpern? Okay.
Thank you all. Yeah, so in our council packet, at page 59, there's the illustration on all the suggested improvements. It's very well done. Thank you. Any question for Mr. Vasalotti? Mr. Adams?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the great work on this, and thank you to all the residents and students that have brought this forward. This is one of the most dense areas of an entire city. There's a lot of there's a lot of folks that live there that don't even have a vehicle, or maybe their vehicle is just renting a scooter or using their bike. And so I think when we invest in our pedestrian safety, this is a great place to do it. And so I had a couple of questions. Can you kind of define crosswalk paddle? Is that the sign that's in the middle of the road that kind of folds over if someone accidentally hits it, or can you just define what that is?
Yes, basically it is a flex post installed in between the 2 yellow lines that go down the center of the road, and there are 2 neon green signs attached to it that say state law, stop for, and then it has a pedestrian symbol. So we have several of them. One is on Berwyn Road at the trolley trail and is proven to make vehicles acknowledge that there's a trail crossing there. And there's other instances of them on university campus as well. So yes, that is the sign that gets placed in the middle of the street there that better identifies the crosswalks.
Yeah, and I'm a big supporter of putting it on the road because that further, demonstrates it to drivers and helps them pay attention. Over there by the new Union at Knox, kind of where the Green Turtle, which was on our agenda, in the former Jason's Deli, there is a kind of a curb bump out that has a hardened curb and it has flex posts. I see that the majority of, if not all of these proposed solutions are just the flex posts. Can you speak to the curb extension, the hardened curb extension, and why is that not included in there, or could that be considered at a future time?
Yes, indeed. We do have one location where there are existing curb extensions. That is Terrapin Row and Knox Road, and we are seeking to put some flex posts there. Our parking enforcement, Mr. Miller and his staff have let us know that there are repeated issues with vehicles parking illegally there, primarily food delivery vehicles going, they'll put their hazard lights on and go in, and that reduces pedestrian visibility when those are there. So we're seeking to put those there. At the other locations, the crosswalks are along the frontage of the College Park Towers. As many of you know, and many members of the public are starting to find out, the towers are slated for redevelopment, and city staff, engineering, and planning have started having conversations with that developer, and part of that conversation would be when that development is done, these types of curb extensions, flex posts, and striping would be installed along the frontages of the building on Hartwick Road and Knox Road. So, and there would be additional crosswalks installed on Hartwick Road as well between that development and the newly constructed Astor and the Standard. So the end goal between our our improvements and collaborating in getting these improvements from that developer would be to have a uniform bump outs on both streets that would greatly enhance the visibility of pedestrians.
Okay, and so I would characterize as this is intended to be an iterative process that we're making moves now, but we intend to continue to enhance the pedestrian and bicycle safety in this area. But I think you spoke to it well, where, you know, what I see in front of us for today is it substantially focuses on Knox Road, but Hartwick Road now has a lot more pedestrian traffic, especially with the Astor and all the businesses that are over there. And so, and there's a lack of a crosswalk for a long distance, I would say, from almost between Guilford and Baltimore Avenue. And so are there any interim steps that are intended, or any other adjustments for Hartwick prior to, say, a developer implementing that as part of their BPIS?
We can explore additional options there. One of the challenges on that street is that the crosswalk ramps they only run east-west, and so we would need to reconstruct crosswalk ramps, and that would involve concrete reconstruction in order to meet ADA compliance on that street. So that would be taken underneath of our concrete and pavement management rather than our improvements here.
Okay, that sounds like that's definitely a burden that's there. I will state that the pedestrian traffic between Hartwick and the new Astor development is already there, right? And there's a large stretch that there is no currently available crosswalk. And, you know, I've taken that multiple times, and I quote unquote jaywalk, because that's your only choice, really. I mean, either that or walk, 5 more minutes to get to Baltimore Avenue, which is impractical for, and so I really would encourage us to look at that immediately, because it's an immediate safety concern. And even if we don't improve every Hartwick crosswalk or add everyone that we think should be, can we find one either around Ancestry Lane or on that service road between the Little Blue Menu and the Astor building to install a crosswalk where essentially people are using it anyway as a crosswalk. So I would appreciate if we could come back in a timely fashion to do that. The other question I had is the bike lane in Knox Road. As you include in the packet, there already is an existing bike lane portion from Guilford, eastward onto Knox. It's likely has been part of the reconstruction of some of these new developments, and there is a proposal to extend a painted westbound bike lane on Knox Road. You already mentioned how our Mr. Miller in our parking enforcement talks about, different vehicles kind of parking in the bike lanes or in certain crosswalk areas. Do we feel that the green paint is going to deter that, or do we feel that flex posts would be more of the solution to deter the issues that we know of?
We did not observe parked vehicles on that side of the street. The concerns were on the south side. This is mainly to make things consistent across the line. Currently, there's sharrows going up the hill, going westbound, and if drivers are looking at it and bicyclists are looking at that, they're basically asking themselves, why would a car be this far over on the roadway? Because the roadway itself, the westbound lane, is 16 feet wide as is. So further up, you have your 11-foot lane and your 5-foot bike lane. So this would just be an extension of that striping to make the roadway uniform, not necessarily in addressing any parking deficiencies that were identified on that side of the street.
So if I understand correctly, westbound on Knox is a sharrow, eastbound is a dedicated bike lane.
No, the eastbound is completely sharrows. Westbound starts sharrows at Baltimore Avenue. When you get to where Terrapin Row starts, when that was redeveloped, the bike lane was installed going westbound. So it's a sharrow situation that abruptly changes into a bike lane once you reach the frontage of Terrapin Row. So this proposal would seek to make the bike lane striping uniform along the entirety of the westbound lane starting at Union on Knox.
Okay, that makes sense. I definitely support the bike lane. I guess my question is the investment by the city is the green, is this intended to be a green paint on here? Or is that just, is that part of the current proposal?
Currently not. The proposal would be to stripe it to make it uniform with the existing bike lane. So it would have the bike symbols in the bike lane as well as the new white stripe going along the route.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. In the packet, it's a green line and it says extended painted westbound bike lane. And so I had kind of maybe wanted it to be painted as green. And so that's what came to my mind. So, okay, so you're clarifying it as it's just a normally, painted white line bike lane.
Correct. It would match the existing configuration that starts at Terrapin Row and continues down to Guilford Drive.
Excellent. Well, my suggested path forward is this is excellent. Really excited for it. But I would really like something to come back to us in a timely fashion for Hartwick, at least one crosswalk, since that's an immediate need. And in that discussion, maybe we can consider if flex posts on this bike lane on Knox Road is needed, because we've observed parking issues once the bike lane has been painted. But I think what's in here is definitely the steps in the right direction, and it's also good to hear that there's ongoing discussions about doing even more. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And just an additional point, as this development moves forward, the city council and staff, the city council can discuss plans for Knox Road and Hartwick Road along the frontage of this development. There's currently Knox Road monthly permit spaces there, and if the council desires to change that configuration to enhance bicycle or pedestrian safety, then that can be a discussion as the site plan and other proposals come forward associated with that development, so that there's uniformity going both directions across the entire roadway.
That makes sense. Thank you. So, Mr. Adams, you're suggesting there is a crosswalk close to the Guilford on Hartwick, but you're suggesting to have another one, right? Another crosswalk.
I strongly suggest somewhere near either the service road between Astor and the Little Blue Menu, or the Ancestry Lane. One of those two, I think, really needs a crosswalk to get from the south portion of Hartwick to the north portion, or vice versa. And I'd like for us to really get on that in a timely fashion, because I see that daily where people are just, crossing at their own will.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'm willing to, sorry.
Absolutely. Is there any other questions? Mr.
Yes. I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment. I was able to be a part of that safety walk, and I was there with staff and students who discussed all of the concerns, and I want to thank staff for taking the time to listen, to make the necessary changes and give input to this, because I think it shows good partnership and shows how important these walks are, and listening to the students and residents who are actually walking in these areas and navigating them on a consistent basis. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a fun walk. I believe our a couple of police officers were there too. Thank you. Ms. Mackey.
Yes, as my colleague asked you to consider more crosswalks, I also would suggest that maybe we consider a flashing light like we have on some streets, or some kind of lighting there, because the students walk a lot at night, and I think that it would add to the safety on that street if we could do at least one, maybe, or while we're looking at crosswalks, at least consider it.
Are you suggesting RFB, the rapid rectangular flashing beacon lights as we have on?
Something that, because at night, it's a very dark road, and there's a lot of students walking there at night crossing, and I just was thinking that if we're going to look at crosswalks, maybe we should consider at least one having some lighting, flashing lighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Ms. Whitney?
Just piggybacking on the excellent idea that my colleague, Councilmember Mackey, just put forward, I'll just say that there's a light that was recently added at the kind of curve at where Pierce Avenue and Rhode Island Avenue meet, going onto the trolley trail, and there's a light right there that illuminates the crosswalk that's motion sensitive, and maybe that's the kind of thing that also might be a good addition.
Mr. Halpern? Do you have looks like you have a question.
No, just taking notes. That's interesting. They have a light that would be sensitive to motion. That would be
Motion-sensitive light.
something.
Just
to
another
explore.
idea besides an
Yeah, that's a
RFP.
That's a good idea. It's something we haven't tried.
Those will be probably more cost effective than RFB lights. RFBs are about $40,000, I think.
No, they're, with the base, they're about 20,000.
20?
Yeah,
Okay.
big
Right.
light.
Depends on how many times you need to replace them.
Well, hopefully our drivers will stay in the roadway and drive at the speed limit or less.
Okay, that's a good news. Mr. Adams, yeah, please go ahead, entertain a motion now.
Yeah, entertain the motion. There could, I think there were a few different folks that were interested in this, so I'm not sure if anyone's online that might want to provide a comment, but I'll make the motion, and can we, open up the public?
Oh, yeah,
before-
yeah, that's the way.
So I move to approve the installation of safety measures on Knox Road between Guilford Drive and Baltimore Avenue, and on Hartwick Road between Knox Road and Baltimore Avenue.
Second.
Mr. Adams, do you have further comments?
No further comment.
Let's go to the audience. At this time, I actually didn't see Ms. Ort's hand. You can actually give your comment, Ms. Ort.
I think this issue greatly affects the students, and I think it would be an excellent idea, especially the lights, since there needs to be more safety, especially since I think this is the area where most students live in apartment buildings, and it's also close to a lot of bars, and so there are many concerns late at night for the students, and especially during the day. And bike lanes are also something that a lot of students have been pushing for, and so safer bike lanes would be a great idea too.
Thank you. When he says safer, you mean protected bike lanes, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have Akash B. Let me, can a staff bring him in? Mr. Akash B. For some reason, I don't have that control. Yeah, please unmute yourself and state your name, and if you're a resident of College Park, proceed with testimony.
Are you guys able to hear? I'm not sure if it's...
You have a comment on these changes?
Yes.
Okay.
So my name is Akash. I live on campus. I'm not an official resident of College Park, but I represent students through the Residence Hall Association's Transportation Advisory Committee. So we're the ones that reached out to Mr. Vasilati, and we walked through Knox Road and went more in depth than the safety walk permitted. And I definitely appreciate the collaborative efforts Mr. Vasilati and Mr. Adams have made to make sure that students feel part of this process. It's been very collaborative and productive. And I do like these changes. A big thing that I was hoping for, and a lot of students have asked since this document was released, are curb extensions, but it's good to see that even though they're not on this plan, they can be considered in the future. One thing I did really want to emphasize is that the bike lane does have a parking issue, and it may be because the observations were done during summer when there's less demand on like delivery services, for instance, less people moving in and moving out of the buildings, less people are parking in the bike lane, but this is a big issue, and a lot of students have complained to me about it over the past year. And actually, it's not just drivers, like DoorDash drivers or parents picking up their kids, it's also the apartment buildings. I think when we were walking with Mr. Vasilati, we saw the hub had put a dumpster in the bike lane, and that was there for quite a while, actually, more than a couple of weeks. So some sort of physical barrier that can prevent vehicles and other objects from getting in the bike lane would be really good. maybe not immediately, but in the near future, having that installed is, I think, really crucial to making this an effective lane. I'd say the coloring maybe not as much as something physical that just keeps people out of the lane for parking, especially if we're going to be reducing the amount of illegal parking on one side of the street. That could increase the demand for parking on the other side in maybe not so great ways. So that's just something I wanted to point out. Another thing is I also agree with Mr. Adams about the crosswalk on Hardwick Road. I think this road should generally just be revisited at some point. I know the study focused on a segment, but there's a lot of jaywalking here, and this also struggles with some visibility issues. I agree that it's also a pretty dark street. So just wanted to point that out. But otherwise, I'm pretty excited to see these changes, and I'm very grateful that the city's been open to these concerns.
Thank you so much. Excellent comment. I do not see any other virtual hands. Seeing none, let's take the vote on it. Mr. Adams?
Are we able to discuss now?
Yeah, actually, we can take further comments
Yeah.
from the council.
And I think it is a very valid point about, this bike lane, how without barriers, there likely will be vehicles parked there. If you look at the Google Street View, there is a vehicle parked in the bike lane. And so it's not uncommon, and I think it was an excellent point to talk about if we're reducing parking on one side of the road, it's gonna naturally find its way to possibly the other side of the road. And so I really would like to encourage us to maybe, as the students come back and we can also hear some more testimony from them, if we could put, look at that crosswalk at Hartwick in a very timely manner, and also look at the cost associated with flex posts on the Knox Road, and possibly act, early this fall with the input of students to see if we'd like to move forward with that. So, but I'm happy where we're going, and I'm want to push us to the next steps as soon as possible.
Makes sense. Good comments. Thank you. Any other comments before we take the vote? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstention? Motion approved. Thank you, Mr. Vasaluti and Mr. Halpern for
Thank you
your hard
very
work.
much, and we will explore the Hartwick Road, particularly on the west side with Ancestors Lane for a crosswalk there. Just as additional background, the development is proposing to extend Ancestors Lane, so we wouldn't want to install something and then have it immediately taken out. So we will explore feasibility on the west side there. Thank you.
Follow up, please go ahead.
I would really look at the service road between Astor and Little Blue Menu, because there's also the back entrance to the College Park shopping center that has that back entrance, kind of Noodles and Company. And so there is a pathway that goes right there between. And I know we don't necessarily want to encourage pedestrian activity on the service road because it doesn't have a sidewalk, but it happens naturally anyway. And so I think going too far west gets us a little bit away from where the actual pedestrian usage is. So I would look at the service road actually as one of the parts I would highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we can always go back to Mr. Vasaluti. So now we can go to 2404, it's introduction of the ordinance about permit parking on the monthly permit parking program in the downtown parking garage. Mr. Miller, welcome. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, no worries. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So we are here tonight to introduce ordinance 24004, which is an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of College Park to amend City Code Chapter 110-1, fees and interest, Chapter 151, permit parking, by reenacting the monthly permit parking program in the downtown parking garage, known as reduced rate commuter parking for downtown business merchant employees, and to authorize the city manager discretionary powers to oversee and manage these programs. I'll do a brief background on the programs that were in our city's municipal garage prior to the opening of this building. Due to the demand of the downtown spaces having increased significantly in recent years, because of the newly constructed mixed-use development, there was a need for accessible parking for visitors, retail customers, and employees to various businesses that serve our community. In an effort the city had created, after constructing the downtown garage, in an effort to assist in paying for the cost of the garage itself, needs to try and best utilize the parking there, because we found that outside of special events like University of Maryland football games, basketball games, the garage was pretty much underutilized. Even with all the demand that we've now seen in recent years, it remains so. During development, it was full with construction workers. But until we have the next big development that comes along, we've got a lot of open space. So the city originally had 2 monthly permit programs that were in effect prior to the opening of the new city hall in December of 2021. But in order for the efforts to try and make parking available for not only city employees here at City Hall, but also the University of Maryland offices on the 3rd and 4th floors, those programs were repealed in order to accommodate that. Since then, we've seen a need for more parking for downtown business employees. They just simply don't have the space available elsewhere. So we are requesting that the chapters 110.1 and 151 be amended, and in order to do so, create a program for the downtown merchant employees, and to authorize the city manager the discretionary powers to oversee and manage these programs. If this were to be approved, a minimum of 25 monthly permits, not to exceed 75 monthly permits, would be sold exclusively to employees of the downtown businesses at a cost of $60 a month. This is almost an exact alignment to what was originally in place prior to the opening of the new city hall. The program that was originally designed for this at the reduced rate, which happens to be the same dollar amount, was for 25 permits for downtown merchant employees. That secondary program that went away prior to December 2021 was for essentially anyone in the general public that needed parking. And a lot of that really fell upon student population that didn't have parking available at their places of residence in some of these developments, such as Landmark. And so we find that we've got the space to work with, but it's anticipated that as we see the development coming online with each new structure, the demand is growing. So we think that we can probably really take advantage of this situation by creating a program, one, to assist the employees to the downtown businesses, but also in the future, there may be opportunity for advancement of programs, not only within the garage, but elsewhere that the city has access to. And I think really for the benefit of the mayor and council to actually authorize Mr. Young as city manager, the discretionary powers to oversee this would take one more item off your plate. So there are actually four different options for council to consider. Option one is to approve and amend this recommendation, which is what staff recommendation is. And my understanding is this would come back for a public hearing and adoption on September 10th.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Any question for Mr. Miller? Mr. Adams?
I think this sounds appropriate, sounds logical. I'm just asking, why would we set a minimum? Like, are the businesses asking for that? Are we asking for that? Because if there's a lot of discretion that we can put on the city manager to make sure that we have, that we're not constraining or too much or giving, that we have what we need for other purposes, sure. I would be amenable to removing the minimum amount and leave that up to discretion.
Yeah, and I think as a baseline is what, when we were having the city attorneys draft up the ordinance, because it had been repealed and taken off the books, which is why we're looking to have it put back on. Essentially, they're looking at trying to create a baseline, and they were comparing it to past programs. But that also does give Mr. Young the discretion to adjust that based on supply and demand. I'm not really sure that it's necessary to have a minimum, but at a certain point, you have to have a starting point. So, yeah, I think that's why when we were discussing it with Mr. Foreman, the other city attorney, that came up.
Okay, I would say I would be supportive of removing the language exceptions, one, just decreasing the number of available monthly permits below 25 per month as something the city council has to approve. I think we can rely on our city manager and our staff to make an appropriate decision there. And then also permitting the purchase of monthly permits more than 6 months in advance. I would not have an issue if there was a discussion point that says let's let a year, let's do an annual permit. I just want to make sure that when we do this update and go through this ordinance that we are empowering city staff to have the options that they need. And those are two that I would be supportive of, reducing the requirement for city council to make the decision and really push that to the city manager and city staff.
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other comments? I see some hand raised. I did not follow. Dr. Estes, please go ahead.
Mr. Miller, I'm curious, what is the capacity of the garage, and can you also give us an idea of an average estimate of, at its highest usage, how many of those spaces are actually used, and on average, how many spaces on average most days are we looking to be filled?
Well, typically, the garage is probably about 75 to 80% open on any given day. We do know that with the program that was put in place for employees to the new building with both city and University of Maryland employees, that levels 3 through 5 were actually restricted during weekdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. by permit only. That area alone could utilize some of the permit holders for these programs. But as a rule, the city's garage has 388 spaces. And of course, we've looked at other options insofar as trying to regulate parking there. The only time that we typically see at or near capacity was in recent years was all the construction going on across Baltimore Avenue. And so all day long, it was literally all filled up by construction workers. Outside of that, the garage is quite empty, to say the least. And the only time that we see anything at or near capacity is on game days when the University of Maryland has a big basketball game or a football game.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Mr. Hernandez, do you have a question?
I know. I just wanted to make sure that we were playing by the same rules that we apply to the residents. How long are the permits for residents at the moment?
Permits for residents are actually annual permits.
Okay.
The one big consideration we have to take into account when it comes to monthly permit programs, especially for, in this case, downtown business employees, when this program initially existed prior to the opening of the new city hall, there were the occasional individuals that would show proof of employment at a business, part-time or otherwise, as soon as they would get their permits for 4 or 5 up to 6 months, they would quit the job, and now they had a permit that allowed for them to park at a reduced rate, and we would have no way of knowing unless somebody got caught.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we defer the program management of this particular program, do you all have a plan in place to kind of like thwart that off, that behavior?
Yeah, I think the advantage that we have is that typically with your employee parking, they're not there overnight. So if we see a car in the evening and the next morning when parking officer goes in there at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and that same car is in the same spot and we see it's not moving, we can always inquire with the place of business that they obtain the permit through as their residency, or not residency, their employment, and confirm with management if that individual is still with them or not. It's been few and far between, but in the past it did happen. But we do have tools at our disposal if we need to use them for a purpose like that.
Thank you. One more question. Is it financially advantageous to the city for us to do this sort of permit program, or are we losing, is there an opportunity cost lost?
I personally, I think it's beneficial in a couple of ways because we've got all this open space. It's not being used. And even though it's a reduced rate, it's helping the businesses and their employees that don't have other parking afforded to them downtown. A lot of our businesses right across Baltimore Avenue, from where the Nando location was, down to Lehigh, you have businesses that have absolutely zero parking. So they're either paying by the hour, or they're either utilizing what this program would offer to them, or similarly at the St. Andrew's Church, where we have another program for downtown employees at the same rate.
I see.
If I could too, I'll add, one of the benefits that I see with this program is we're trying to also fill a number of these empty retail spaces, including Target. We have some other businesses looking at coming in across the street. Again, they want parking for their employees to be as close as possible to their business. And some of these developments approved several years ago, as Jim has indicated, really have no parking available for them. So these spaces are empty during the day for the most part. It actually will give us an opportunity to just fill those spaces and create some additional revenue, which will help us pay off the garage sooner.
That was my concern, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, Ms. Mitchell? Said Ms. Mitchell.
No, if you have any questions, I was going to introduce the ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Whitney had something.
Ms. Whitney, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a quick one. Typically, these permits, these monthly permits, are they, it sounds like they're not time limited, like theoretically, people could park
Correct.
all day. Okay, yes.
Yes.
And when we have Friday Night Live, how full is the garage?
The garage fills up, I would say, between a half and 2/3.
Okay.
On average.
Okay.
But we also have the advantage because we have Knox Road closed off for the vendors and the different things for the children. And we offer and open up the parking around City Hall on Yale and Lehigh.
Okay.
So we find that, and we find a lot of individual residents that actually walk to the event for Friday Night Live, which is, helpful too.
And we also, the event is after 5, where most of the university and the city employees have left. So there's still additional parking on the levels 3 through 5.
Perfect, thank you.
That makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let me entertain a motion to introduce it.
Mr. Mayor, I move to introduce ordinance 240-04, ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of College Park, amending city code chapter 110, fees and interest, chapter 151, permit parking to reenact the monthly permit parking program in the downtown parking garage for downtown business/merchant employees, and to authorize the city manager's discretionary powers to oversee and manage these programs. This public hearing will be held on Tuesday, September 10th at 2024 at 7:30 p.m. in the council chambers of City Hall.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell and second by Councilmember Hugh. So this is an introduction. We're not going to take a vote tonight. And thank you, Mr. Miller, for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move to the next action item, which is 24G116, which is the consideration of the property use agreement of the Green Turtle, opening at College Park Shopping Center, 7370 Baltimore Avenue. City Attorney, Ms. Anderson, please, all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Tonight, the action requested is consideration of the application for the new Class B BLX beer, wine, and liquor license for the use of the GT College Park LLC, trading as the Green Turtle, located at 7356 Baltimore Avenue, College Park, Maryland. By way of background, The application for the new Class B BLX beer, wine, and liquor license by GT College Park LLC, trading as the Green Turtle, will be heard before the Board of License Commissioners on August 27th, 2024. The applicant is made the team available to answer any questions that the council may have about the operations of the newly planned restaurant. I have negotiated a property use agreement with the team that was included in your packet. The property use agreement is consistent with the terms and conditions are consistent with similar license types. And I believe that we have reached agreement on the majority of the terms of the agreement. I'm available to answer any questions, and as I said before, the Green Turtle team is also available by Zoom.
Great, thank you. Any question for our city attorney or members of the Green Turtle team? Please go ahead, Ms. Whitney.
Yes, I had asked, posed a question before the meeting, wondering at the, most importantly, the Towson location, but also possibly the Baltimore and Columbia locations, what percentage of their sales at those locations were alcohol sales versus food?
And I have shared that with the applicant, and I'll see if they're able to answer that question for you tonight.
Please go ahead. Anyone from Green Turtle, can I speak? Please go ahead.
Yes,
Mr. Wells.
my name's Michael Wells. I'm the Senior Director of Franchise Operations for the Green Turtle Franchising Company. To answer that question, every location is a little bit different in general. Our stores operate with about 70% food, 30% alcohol.
That's pretty standard. Okay. Any other question? Ms. Mackey?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that I know the answer to this question, but I just want to make sure it's on record that there will be no gambling at this facility?
That's accurate. We don't have any intentions to have this being a sports book.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Whitney, one more.
Yeah, sorry, follow-up. I just wondered what specifically the percentages were at the Towson location.
Towson actually skews a little bit lower. It's just above 60% food, 40% alcohol.
Okay, so my follow-up question would be, are there any concerns that another college location is hitting that 40% alcohol sales mark, whereas you're limited to the 35% sales mark here in College Park?
Not at this time.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all the question I have. I can entertain a motion at this time. Mr. Adams.
I move to support the application for a new Class B BLX beer, wine, and liquor license by Liho Poldme, member authorized person for the use of GT College Park LLC, TA The Green Turtle, 7356 Baltimore Avenue, and approve a property use agreement in substantially the form attached to be signed by the city manager with the city staff to be authorized to present the city's position at the Board of License Commissioners scheduled for August 27, 2024.
Thank you. And it's moved by Councilor Adams, seconded by Ms. Mackey. Mr. Adams, do you have further comments?
Looking forward to having this establishment join us in College Park. I know that they know the Maryland market very well, and many of the folks that live in College Park, when they come here to be at the university, might have a Green Turtle back at home. And so we look for them to be successful, and thanks for choosing College Park.
Thank you. Well said. Let's go to the audience. I see someone of the name Mr. Winter and Barrett wants to speak. Can staff bring them in? Actually, one person. Please unmute yourself, state your name if you're a resident of College Park, and proceed with your testimony.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm David Mr. Winter Bartlett, counsel for Green Turtle. Only to tell you that the things that Mr. Wells has said are accurate. This is a restaurant group that is in a multi-state area. They are very attuned to the importance of being compliant with Maryland and Virginia and other areas' law. And they understand being in a college town, it's very important to be aware of not serving underage people and not over-serving anyone, regardless of their age. And they will be a good citizen and also an economic base to the city of College Park.
Thank you. Thanks for the positive message. Anyone else on the audience and virtually, anyone who wants to speak? I do not see any virtual hands. Let's come back to the council. Dr. Estes.
Yes, my apologies. This is a bit out of turn, but normally we would at least hear something from the individual who's coming to the city. So I'd like to ask if Mr. Wells could talk about the interest in the Green Turtle coming to College Park.
Talk about all the good things about Green Turtles.
Well, their interest in coming to the city specifically.
Absolutely. Mr. Wells?
Yeah, so College Park has always been a location that we've had expressed interest in returning back to. Years ago, 15 years ago, we ended our lease at the Laurel Prince George's County site. And, you know, we were there for 20 plus years, and we had a lot of guests that came from College Park, you know, before, after, during games and stuff. And that's kind of like really where we started and made our mark in the suburban side of things after we moved from the Ocean City locations. But so we're super happy to be back. I think, you know, the Green Turtle and Terps kind of go hand in hand. We've been a long time marketer for Maryland athletics, and I think it's been it's a perfect timing. We're on a growth path that you know, we haven't been on in probably 6 or 7 years. So we're happy, and we're really excited to be in College Park.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing?
Please go ahead.
Again, David Mister. I am proud to have been the president of the University of Maryland Alumni Association.
Wow.
And a member of the University System of Maryland Foundation Board of Directors for a number of years. I'm very proud of having a relationship with the Green Turtle, and I think they're doing wonderful things throughout the state and will be an asset to College Park and everything that is represented by the University of Maryland. If you let them be a citizen and a business there within your community.
Well said. Thank you. I see Mr. Finn, you raised your hand. Please unmute yourself. Resident of College Park, proceed with your testimony. Mr. Finn? Tom Finn? Please unmute.
I'm sorry. Hello, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name's Tom Finn. I'm the Vice President at the Green Turtle. And really, Mike, I think, covered it well, but I just wanted to, well, first of all, I was the person kind of on the forefront of looking for the space that we've finally come to in College Park. Literally, we've been looking for years, talked about a couple of different sites closely, and for one reason or another, they did not come to be. And so we've been searching in College Park for many years, and so we're very excited about it. And as a couple people have said, we're probably if not the most, one of the most known restaurants in the state of Maryland, particularly Maryland. And I would just iterate that we're very excited about building on our relationship with the University of Maryland, with whom we have had a long time sponsorship relationship. In fact, a little fun fact, Gary Williams, a former legendary basketball coach at the University of Maryland, had a small ownership stake in the previous ownership group. And so the link between the Green Turtle and the University of Maryland runs long and deep. As well, and some comment to, besides the students at the University of Maryland, who we obviously are very interested in having as our customers, we see the community, the permanent community in the city of College Park is hopefully, knock wood, customers who will come throughout the year, through the school year, but as well as the summer season. Those 35,000 customers, hopeful future customers, are very, very important to us. So we will not only be engaged with the university, but we hope to be very engaged in the community as well. So I just wanted to reiterate Mike's comments. We're very excited about it, to bring the brand as well as the many jobs that we will be hiring for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. I went to your website and it says coming to College Park very soon. How soon?
I believe we're planned for late September, excuse me, mid to late
that's not
September.
far. Okay, we can wait. Thank you. Thank you again for coming to College Park.
We're also looking forward to customers coming over from City Hall.
Absolutely, absolutely. You'll see us. Absolutely. All right, at this time, let's take the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion has been approved. Thank you, the Green Turtle team, for coming and joining us. Good luck. All right. Let's move to the last, I believe this is the last one, right? Action item, which is 24G117, which is approval of parameters guidelines of the city's business retention and attraction funds. And Michael Williams, thank you for patiently waiting.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm presenting action item 24G117. In our most recent deliberations for funding requests for the Business Retention and Attraction Program, there were some comments and points made that the grant program should adopt additional parameters and requirements from applicants for the city. Therefore, my office drafted the attached suggested guidelines for funding, eligibility criteria, and awardee requirements. With further guidance from you, we can implement parameters to give assurance that grants are awarded in a fair and equitable manner. Note that this program for the retention grants were born out of the crisis of the closure of 19 merchant venues at the, excuse me, at the Campus Village shops. So it's always been my expectation that we would revisit some of the specific requirements as the program evolved and new businesses expressed interest in coming to College Park. I hope to keep the program nimble enough to respond quickly to market movements, the authorization to allow the city manager to proceed with requests under $30,000 is necessary. Thus far, there are 6 retention and attraction grants awarded. 2 of the 6 grants have not been activated due to planning and construction schedules. A list of the grant recipients is attached to the staff report. The agreed upon parameters and guideline changes will be reflected as a supplement and in the current application, which is also attached in the staff report. So I'm just here tonight to kind of get a little bit more direction from you as to what we want to move on and include in the application and then just proceed as directed.
Thank you for your work, and this is very timely because this program has been getting actually popular and it's getting lots of traction. Question, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for bringing this back and giving us some more actual information to look into to make this a well-rounded program that can move forward, and we won't have to hopefully come revisit this unless we receive an extra pot of money that we can award additional amounts. I do like the format of the application. I do like the hold harmless agreement that you have put on the second page, which is page 167. I just want to ask from a legal standpoint from the attorney, do we need to obtain any type of, I don't know if it's insurance, is it anything? I'm just trying to make sure, and when we give out grant money, do we need to do anything else legally binding? Or even Mr. Young, you can.
Well, typically, can you repeat your question? I want to make sure I understand.
I was just wanting to make sure we're doing this business retention attraction assistance program.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that, legally, as far as quality assurance point of view / insurances of the entity, business entity, do we have to ask them for anything else besides them completing the application, signing the hold harmless agreement, and the other items that are requested? I just want to make sure legally, it's legally sufficient.
Memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can put some added protections in, like a grant agreement,
Okay.
because we want to make sure that that they can comply with the terms and conditions for the use of the money.
Okay.
And we'll have some consequences if they don't.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Whitney.
A couple things. One, it says in the packet, each applicant may apply for up to 15,000. But I have concerns that ties your hands a little bit, and I know you spoke, it seems as though you said 30,000 a moment ago when you were introducing the item. I am comfortable with a 30,000 amount because that's currently the limit that we put on the city manager for expenditures that he can make without council approval. I think that might allow you to be a little more nimble and more responsive when things are happening quickly with businesses. Under the awardee requirements, I find that the allocated funds being utilized within 90 days of disbursement might be a little tricky with some of the delays we sometimes have with people getting permits. But then I also understand a desire to balance and not have too many accruals rolling over to the next fiscal year. So I wonder if 180 days might be workable. And the final thing I would like to suggest would be perhaps a longer commitment to stay in the city of College Park longer than 2 years, perhaps like the 5 years that we do with the new neighbor homeownership grant, and perhaps part of the grant agreement could be, a prorated amount of people happen to not stay for the amount of time that they've committed to, that they would return a prorated amount to the city, just like we require of homeowners.
Sure, I certainly agree with your 3 points. As many of you know, so with commercial leases, many of them start out with 5-year commitments, and I think that's it's a very reasonable ask. It's a smart ask of us, and it should be able to be agreeable to anybody that uses our program. So, yep, I totally agree with you.
Thank you. Parents, Mr. Hernandez, and then Mr. Adams.
Yeah.
Let me snack.
First off, thank you, Mr. Williams and your office for really taking into consideration all of our inputs over the last 3 or 4 meetings that we've talked about business retention. I'm really encouraged by the clear guidelines, the eligibility criteria, awardee requirements, and the funding cap. I do have some questions. Particularly, let's just start off with the funding cap. And this I might just be on an island here to make the recommendation, but I would like the business attraction and retention program to be one of the larger business programs that we provide to cities, or excuse me, to our businesses here in College Park. We've seen now, I think it's six, maybe seven, or maybe I'm five. Six to the total of somewhere, I think I saw Mr. Fields say something like 500,000, right? I mean, it's a dramatic difference from 500,000. And I know it sounds a little counterintuitive because I was so, interested in this program, but I think 15,000 is too low. I think 15,000 I think it should go above the 30,000 so that we actually have the opportunity to review and approve that particular program. It would also help with the transparency perspective, just letting everyone on council have an opportunity to provide input. So I personally, just as on the funding cap, I would raise it to the number of where it would need to be presented to council for approval. Regarding the eligibility criteria, I think I'm with Council Member Whitney when she says extending it to, is it 5 years? I would say, is it possible, or maybe you could help me better understand why businesses that are like large retail stores apply for the business retention and why we would support those over smaller mom and pop shops.
Thanks for the question. When you think of a larger business concern, you automatically think of more employees, and you think of more revenue, and you think of how the revenue generates tax revenues for the city. But in no way, I think one of the great parts about this program being born out of the Campus Village redevelopment is that we started to really bleed and understand what local merchants go through every day. And so they really do color our community very well and represent what College Park means. So it's not to really favor a big ask over a smaller ask, because the smaller ask several times can be so important to our local economy. And we got a great example of that with the Laser Essential outfit. They're able to transition out of Campus Village, went to a really good smart space up the street there, Southern Management Building, and they have kind of hit the ground running with our assistance, and we were there every day holding their hands. So I certainly would not, I know the importance of bringing a big company and trying to lure them away, but at the same time, we don't look down on the smaller guys. We really look for them to fill in for our day-to-day economy and the needs of the residents.
Okay, and in that same vein, do you think $15,000 would be enough to attract any business to come be here in College Park?
Well,
Because
go ahead.
No, I remember, I think, and this is a vague memory because I think it was before my time, but the Iron Rooster was nowhere near 15,000, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
I think over the last two presentations, after leaving here, I got a little gun shy. So, I just to kind of keep us moving there. So, for 15,000, when you talk about the price of equipment, the price of how the merchants now have to pay for the planning process and getting introduced into DPI, as well as getting permits from the city, it's very costly, and 15,000 can be used up pretty much in the AM of one day. So no, I don't think that it could fulfill or make someone say, yes, I want to come or stay in College Park. But at the same time, I wanted to get reaction from council
Okay.
and kind of feel you all about what level do we play at here.
That's fair. I think just I think the business facade program is somewhere like in that little range, right? And it's not that it's an insignificant amount. I just think that if we're trying to keep businesses in College Park or attract them, it might be much higher than 15,000. So I just, for everybody's here. Okay. I have two more questions. I know we haven't had this problem before because we usually just get enough applications, and that's kind of what we just review and award. But when let's say that we do receive multiple applications, how will the applications be scored, and like what factors weigh more heavily in the decision-making process to present them to council?
So first, when we score, consider, I'd like to use that word, we really start thinking about what kind of business it is, how they affect the tax base in our economy, and one of the good things about working closely with the Office of Finance, we can kind of go down and hit an address and see what revenues have been generated for the city. In terms of the desirability, you kind of got to look at the competition. Do we have enough Tex-Mex eateries? Do we have enough parcel service deliveries, and so on and so forth? And so we kind of get through that and try to gauge then the financial wherewithal and financial capabilities of the ownership. Get a little feeling on that, as well as seeing if in fact they can deliver to the city a signed commercial lease agreement, which is a very rigorous process, as we found out through the Iron Rooster and Grill Marks episodes, that some of these lease agreements can exceed 100 pages. So those are tough negotiations for commercial entities to gotta go through, and then to come to the city and say, hey, can you help us out, and this is what value we can bring to you. So how do you score that? We kind of come in and I pose the facts and show them to the city manager. And I also use information from marketing research, but also from our finance department about what these particular plats in the city have produced for us in revenue generation, and we go from there.
If I may add an additional consideration or factor for you all to consider, it would be the type of business that you all are like considering presenting to council. I think I haven't been here for the parcels, but I have been here for the 6 or 7 restaurants that were presented to us. And if that could be a part of the decision-making process before it's presented to council, I would appreciate it. The only last question I had is, what are the consequences if businesses do not meet their obligations?
So we haven't experienced that yet. And so in our memorandums of understandings, there are some clawbacks in there. I can't recall them because they are long. But we do have the ability to kind of understand what has happened and where the problems lie. And I don't mean to say this in a casual manner, but we look at the recipients pretty much on a very regular basis, not quarterly, but pretty much on a monthly basis. We're aware of how many employees they had to let go during the summer break, how many they're going to bring back. Now we're aware that certain venues are hosting football and basketball radio shows to generate traffic. So we're constantly observing what's going on with the businesses that the city has invested in and supported. And so hopefully we won't have that problem, but I'll try to, as we get into more of the nuances of the the negotiations, we will try to put some legal language in there to help us out and to give us some teeth for clawback. And that's where we go. Keep in mind that most entities, if they're not restaurants, whatever they are, they tend to be legal corporations, LLCs, S corporations. So you kind of got to consider that when you talk about where you claw back. And is in the manners of the commercial leases, they reserve the right to have the signature guarantee what's going to happen. And so perhaps we'll look at that a little bit closer. But again, those are two different things. You got to go pursue the legal side of the business, and then you got to go pursue the guarantor. So we work with our legal counsel, and previously we've had some very good language in our memorandums of understanding that Sue Ellen Ferguson helped us out with, and so we got some really good language in there. So.
Okay, I'm sure we're gonna get to a good place here afterwards, but I think I'll take that as kind of if I can get some additional information. I just have had several residents ask, well, what happens if they don't pay back? And I don't know how to respond to them.
If they were to ask me, I'd say, first of all, it hasn't happened yet.
Sure.
Second of all, that we do negotiate the memorandum of understanding, MOU, to have some rights to claw back. And I think I'll share with all of council some of the examples of how we guarantee what we want, and then beyond the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years of the agreement, what then?
Sure.
Because at some point in time, if they've fulfilled their obligations 2 to 5 years, then that's what the agreement is.
So it's a grant program. What do you mean by paying back?
No, excuse me, not paying it back. Like if they just didn't fulfill staying, like they got the money and then they left.
Right.
Right.
I see.
Or didn't even open, and it could be just due to poor, just timing of the business, right? Cycle, poor business decisions, or just business cycle, or just inability to bring people in.
I accept
right?
that it happens, and then it's just a failure to perform.
There's a better way to put it. There you go.
Yeah, and then I think that we have some language that address that, so we'd be more than happy to share it with you all.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, all of those memorandums of understandings were circulated at the time with the bigger grant. So I'll get you information.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I definitely appreciate where we're going with this, and I think it's going to be very helpful for the residents to understand, for city council to vote on items, as well as for businesses to apply for this. And I'll just recognize that my familiarity with a lot of grant programs is they have different rounds that say annually we're going to give up to this amount of money, and you need to get your application in by this date, and then we're going to look at all of the applications in totality and then decide what most aligns with the scoring criteria and the prioritization that's been established. And from what I understand of the process is it doesn't happen overnight where someone decides to relocate to College Park or be displaced or expand their business. It seems like there is at least 3 to 6 months of discussion and with you, Mr. Williams, as well as with their attorneys and contractors, and I would say that I think this lends itself to almost 2 rounds of application periods per year, and you could say it's the city of College Park has allocated $200,000 or whatever we allocate for business retention for FY25. We're going to have 2 rounds of application periods. Please get your work with our economic development director immediately to get your applications ready for the round that concludes in July 1st, and then the round that concludes December 1st. And then I think that would help us truly understand the demand and the need, and we could collectively prioritize where we put the funding alongside your guidance. And I think that would help with diversification of what business types. I think it would help with diversifying where in the city, right? Because we here as council, if we're voting on where the money goes based upon a group of applications, we will definitely take city staff's recommendation, but we also might want to, diversify the locations or things like that, prioritize small business, minority-owned businesses. I think, to me, this is lending itself to a rounds of applications, and we might only have one applicant within a round, and we got to make sure that we don't delay anything. But from what I understand of how things have worked so far, is if we have timely, if we give the information, you work with them as the economic development director and get them ready so everything's packaged ready to go, that we can make a good decision. But, that's kind of the route that I would suggest. And I would also celebrate everything we've done so far and make sure that's well known. And so I would definitely add Grill Marks to the list. I would definitely add Iron Rooster, and hopefully we'll move forward with Meals on Wheels. And I consider that to also be attracting a business into our community, back into our community, right? It used to be here, now we want it back. And, that would show well over $2 million worth of investments in the past 3 years. And I think that really piques the interest of the community. And so, I would suggest some different rounds, and I think that would help council work with you to prioritize and help delineate where the budget goes. And I would make sure that we're clear, because right now, if I look at it, I see displacement and I see attraction. I consider maybe what Virtual X did to be an expansion. And so do we want to do that? And then we also should ask ourselves retention, right? So we might have a business that's going through a little bit of a struggle and they want to stay here and they might need an influx of help. Do we want to include that as part of this program? Right now, the way it's written, I don't think they are, and that could open up a can of worms. So I'm not necessarily suggesting it immediately, but that's something that we should consider. But I agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Whitney, talking about, I think we should talk about the money that's been allocated as a whole, as opposed to saying this is how much is available for each one. That's how I would go about it, is say we have $200,000 allocated this fiscal year for, which businesses that apply, and you could qualify for up to that amount, but as you coordinate with the applicant, you can help, find a number, and you can give them a rule of thumb. 30 to 50 is our, is what we kind of start at for businesses, but we're kind of bound by the upper end as opposed by the individual end, is the way I see it. And also agree the 90-day, give folks reasonable, give your team reasonable numbers on here, so you don't have to come to us at a portion where someone's doing the right thing, but they're not able to spend it within 90 days. Give a little flexibility there, so that so you can do your job. But all in all, I like where we're going, and I want to celebrate this. But I would say that we're more constrained by the total allocations over an annual period as we are to the individual allocations.
Correct.
Good points. Mr.
Ma'am,
Williams, do you have any comments?
Just very quickly, to Mr. Hernandez's concern, one of the things that we do is that we don't give the check in full right away. So to kind of alleviate and try to help us balance and understand where the dollars are flowing to on the particular project, is this construction, is this signage, is this the planning stage? And we monitor that. And so in the case of a $100,000 grant, we would deliberately go through each phase and fund each phase on that. So sometimes it's a third, and then we understand where those dollars are going to the project. So just say that.
Yeah, I think, we look at milestones. So within the project, so we have a total allocation, whatever it is that we are funding that business, whether it is a $10,000 grant that we're looking at, or we're looking at $100,000. Those are all backed up and we are looking at what, as Mr. Williams explained, exactly where those expenses are going as we're doing the reimbursements to the business. I wanted to address some issues Councilman Adams kind of mentioned there. This is like my 6th city county agency. None of them that have operated successful economic development activities like this do it the way you described it. It's usually when it is like a federal grant dollars that are available. It's a set funding source of dollars that's available, and it's for a specific purpose. However, the issue for us as well, one of the main factors that we are also looking at is what is the business investing itself to be able to come into the city. And I think a lot of times that is lost on our residents as to what the business itself is having to put out. I can tell you from the ones that we've been working on recently, the amount that the city is putting in is a very, it's a lot of money. It is very tiny in proportionality to what the business is having to put out. And I can tell you, particularly if we're trying to retain a business, sometimes that business is having to operate in 2 different locations to try and fulfill both leases to then move into the new lease space. And so they're incurring expenses in 2 different locations, one to either do the build out of the new location that they're at and continue the operations at the existing facility that they have. So, you know, those are things that we look at, and that is why you're seeing some of the higher dollar amounts in some of these, and not just for the small businesses. The small costs have gone up. That's another thing. And so I want to clarify a few things too, Councilman Hernandez, because you hit on a couple of things. You know, what we're talking about here is if it's an amount that's below $30,000, we typically do not bring that to the council for approval and go through a whole process. If we were to do that, your agendas would be twice as long as they currently are to be able to do that. Because there's some that are just really small. They're asking for a really small amount of money from the city, and we work that through the process to get that project done quickly and allow our residents to be able to continue utilizing those businesses. But you know, I'm happy to entertain ideas that the council may have, but I also would, you know, stress that we also want to make sure that we don't get into the weeds too much, because that is really the job of staff to really get into that level of detail. But you know, getting the which we're probably getting ready to get into soon, hopefully, is really setting those high level priorities that the council has as to what they want to see those dollars being spent at. And I think that's kind of what Councilman Adams' comments is kind of getting to a little bit.
Thank you.
If I could respond to Mr. Young.
Very briefly.
Okay,
because
very,
it's
very
getting
briefly.
late. We have long.
I didn't ask, just to clarify, I wasn't asking for the $15,000 projects to be presented. I think that the limit, I think Councilmember Adams put it more clearly, should be somewhere in the $30,000 to $50,000 range to actually bring in businesses or to keep businesses here. I think 15 is too low for this particular project, or sorry, for this particular program itself. And for this particular program itself, I think just given the large dollar amounts and the intent of the program, it should be presented to council.
I get you, and I would agree with you. 15 is too low. I think the message that we were getting from this council is that the dollars amounts that we were bringing forward were way too high, even though we would justify why that dollar amount is reasonable. And so I believe that's part of the reason why Mr. Williams was feeling uncomfortable about doing a higher number.
I understand, but 15,000 is 90% cut from what was being presented to council, so that's.
Yeah, I have a long line. Miss Mackey, then Dr. Esther, and Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
And Ms. Whitney, second round.
I want to just thank both Ms. Anderson and Mr. Williams for working on this, because I think it really is very precise and very thorough. Thank you that there is a plan for accountability, which is a concern for all of us. And I always appreciate the reports that Mr. Williams brings to us about the economic development, and I appreciate him keeping us abreast of what is going on. It really helps me as a council member to know what we've brought into the city and what we're working on. So I did want to commend them for that. I had just a few tiny suggestions on top of the ones I sent to you earlier. So I was hearing that maybe we should have like categories of what we're kind of wanting in the city. And that I defer to the wisdom of my colleagues and you. I have some ideas on that. And, I had mentioned this to Mr. Williams, and I didn't get to say it to my colleagues, but I'd like to see this program evolve, and to expand to bring more like medical care to the city, to bring more nonprofits into the city. And one of the things that I would like us to think about is that we have a shortage of daycare in College Park. Even though we have a big daycare center, there's still a shortage in the city. And I know that we don't give anything for but they're family daycares that are licensed, they're done in their home, are an asset to our community. And I would like to think that we could evolve into considering those, of course, the ones that are licensed, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just a quick one. Thank you. So yeah, in the case of like an adult daycare or daycare center, most times we find that they are in homes, right? So I think we could play with that a little bit on the interpretation of it cannot be a home-based business. So thank you. Yep.
Thank you. I then go to Dr. Estes.
So, Mr. Williams, I'd like to thank you for the work that you've done, and a lot of what has been said already, I won't go over again, but I do want to remind my colleagues that we are talking about $200,000 right now that's been allotted. So when we talk about wanting to increase the amount, we're talking about giving a lesser number of grants. Now, I too would like to see this program expand and evolve. And I wanted to talk to you about the economic development plan that you've talked about. So I go back to that, where we've talked about the types of things that we'd like to see in the city. I also think that there should be a premium for businesses who want to go to certain areas that we want to develop, i.e. Hollywood Shopping Center. I think that there's great interest in being downtown, and I understand that, but there are other sections of this city that we want to be developed, and we have an opportunity to do that. Branchville, for instance. There are other areas where I think if there are individuals who have an interest in coming, can help make a difference. And I see this as some leverage that we can use. Before coming to the meeting, I too wanted to talk about, let's see where we can increase this to, because I agree that this amount is very easy to be snatched up. And even thought, shouldn't it be, up to $50,000? However, I think that there is need to be nimble. Everything shouldn't have to come to council in order to move forward, in order to make it happen. But I do think that we need to be very, very thoughtful about how it is that we do this. And then when it comes time to budgeting, really thinking about where those dollars can work. And this is one of those areas that I think we need to really focus on wanting to grow when we can. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I think Mr. Young could probably speak to it later, but we have our eyes keenly on the Hollywood Shopping Center and some of the grant programs that we want to gear towards. But anyways, thank you.
Yeah, I think what Dr. Esther is saying, even though we have, in the form, we are capturing the address of the business, but we could probably leverage that location, right? That's your point. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Williams, and thank you, Dr. Estes, for your comments. Somewhat in alignment. It's only $200,000, and it's a grant program to help assist individuals to move into the city. I look at this as an opportunity for us to do, and not tonight, to talk about, as Dr. Estes mentioned, what is our economic development plan moving forward collectively to bring businesses to the city, to start up. And that's I think that will be opportunity again, as Dr. Estes mentioned, hopefully I'm correct in what she's stating, to have a opportunity to discuss it at the budget, about another pot of money for another program that does with economic development. I think we should also do up to 30,000, nimble, giving the city manager and the economic development director the opportunity to work with these businesses and get them in and out the door. If people do not realize that DPI is so backlogged, it's not funny anymore. It's to that point that it's not funny anymore. People are not able to build their houses. People are not able to, it's just so, I can't even put a word together to describe it, because it's so frustrating, not only to the resident, but it's frustrating to the people who work in the county who are trying to assist. So we need to be able to give enough resources to both the city manager and the economic development director to move this forward. 200,000 is only for this year. Let us use it wisely. Let us go up to 30,000. Then let us also look at what we can do in addition, working with the county, helping those entities to get additional funding. We're just a stepping stone. That money we're giving them is just a stepping stone. That's not the begin, the middle, the end. But we can work with the county to get additional funding to help them. And that's where I am right now.
Thank you. Before we go to second round, sure.
It's still first round.
It's still first round? Oh, Mr. Hill, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work your department's done on this. And I truly do believe investing in your community and in community development and economic development go hand in hand. I do believe, what my colleagues have said about the lower limit that from 15 to 30. That allows you to do some actual work without having to come before us every time with every. The last thing I want to do is slow down the process by having to book the smaller amounts, below 30. At 30 or below, having to come to us and take that much more time out of the process. So I'm comfortable with that at 30. I like the comments that Councilmember Whitney added about the 5 years program commitments and all that. But yeah, I just want to make sure what we do here tonight does not add more time and hindrance to the process. I want to see you be able to get this multiple balls in the air, juggling, moving, and complete it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's important what you do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Young.
I just want to make sure I have a little bit more clarity from council on this. I know we are currently working on, I want to say at least there's probably about 3 or 4 different projects right now in the pipeline, all of them which would be above the amounts that we're talking about right now and that we even have available. And I can say without divulging too much at this point, these are all things that this council has said and spaces that they want to see, you all want to see occupied, that currently are vacant, or we're trying to retain that business here within College Park. So I will just say that we will still proceed forward with those But just knowing that we will have to bring those back to council, which I'm completely fine with, because I know the dollar amounts that we're talking about, but we will be having to look at if council wants to move those items forward. We just said it's wanted to retain these businesses. The dollar amounts would be above the amounts that you're talking about today, and just want to be clear with that.
Okay. So thank you. So I got two other council members in line, the second round. I also want to thank Mr. Williams for your hard work, and this is an attempt to put things in the structures, and because this is a new and evolving program, and I know this will put in ease, because this will give you a format to work on.
Right.
In addition to the business retention attraction grant money, I think last time when we talked, we also talked about other tools, economic development tools, like something like the county does, the interest-free or low-interest loan program. In that way, it could be supporting more businesses. Is there something, I know this is not the night to talk about, just very briefly, there's something you've been working on, right, as well?
So sure, and actually that, for some reason, that's been warming up, the question of, interest-free loans or kind of like micro grants and that whole thing. I'm very, very open to it, and I've, a couple years ago, I probably would resist it and tell you about all the why nots. But now, I think we're in a different kind of economy, and the business risk that owners take, entrepreneurs take, is very daunting. And so I would say to you now that we, to establish ourselves as lenders, that's going to take some work.
Yeah.
Could it be done? Yes, it's going to take some work though, and it's going to take a commitment of money. And as we go, probably get through it and start talking about it a little bit more and showing it to you and what that means in terms of commitment and employees working on it and that whole thing, we'll just have to kind of decide what we want to do. But I am open to the conversation, and yes, I do think of it often.
And thank you, Ms. Whitney. This has come to an agenda, and I believe there's these are different type of programs, and I believe Mr. Fields' department will be busy because this is a learning program. But thankfully, the other entities like the county, they're doing it, so you can probably borrow the ideas from them. Mr. Adams, second bite.
Yeah, I think I want to emphasize a few things and maybe bring one more item up that's, and that's the item that I want to bring out is the percent of total investment, right? I think the way that the city manager and you, Mr. Williams, have described our investment is we're just a portion of the total investment that is going in immediately to either relocate or to expand or to come to our city. And I think that's where we can provide some sort of reasonable constraint. I think that gives us a good metric. And if we as a body say, we want to put 20% of the skin in the game, up to 20%. So if you're putting $1 million in, we will go up to 200,000. There's no guarantee that you're gonna get 200,000, but that gives them an expectation. And I think that's where we might be able to find a metric that can put some guardrails on this, but not overly constrain. And so I would defer to the city manager and you as the economic development director to help us understand what is a reasonable percentage. But I think that would set expectations and also demonstrate to the residents that, we're just putting a little bit, and look how every business is at least putting 4 times what we're putting in.
Absolutely. I think of, and I know it's getting late, to your point, FloTom has build-out costs of almost $800,000.
Correct. So we're just an eighth of so we're 16% of what they're putting up is the city is helping with 16%. So I think that could be something that me as a body might be able to put a number on. I still sit here, do not want to constrain an individual grant. I mean, we look at what we've done as little as 25,000 and as much as 350, maybe even 800 if you include Meals on Wheels. With Meals on Wheels is a little different. But I'd say 350 to Grill Marks is kind of the way upper echelon. I think the understanding that maybe 30 to 50 is kind of that comfort level of the council, but to me, we're really constrained by, you know, how much budget we have. And we've talked about, well, this year we've allocated in our budget 200, but we have a discussion after this about some ARPA funding that might be available. There's discussion of amusement and attractions tax that we haven't already received. So that's what we know today, but it could be increased based on a budget amendment later. And so I still would focus on the top level as opposed to the individual ones, but we do need to guide the individual ones, set some expectations, and I think the percent that the city is willing to put skin in the game, I think 20% might be some sort of reasonable number. I'm not exactly sure on that. And that's where I also do feel, and I recognize federal grants are different, and this is a moving process. But I still believe that we typically have this discussion about 2 or 3 times a year. And so it's not like it's happening every month. And I think if there was defined, you know, each quarter we have you can potentially present to us the applications that are ready for that quarter or biannually or something. But if you're able to group them, then we can really think about the categories and the prioritizations that we as a council alongside the residents want to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there is the question in the form, estimated total cost of improvements and also the contribution by the property owner and the business, right, Mr. Adams? But you're asking.
I would like for us to set expectations so they know the city is willing to put up to 20% of the total initial investment through this business retention grant. And so if you want $100,000, then we're expecting you to put $500,000 or there's $400,000 in. And so at least it sets some expectations. And I think, you know,
it's a communication thing.
Yeah, it's communication. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Ms. Whitney, you're the last.
I'm going to be very quick.
Please.
Wanted to say I really like that idea the council member Adams just put forward, percentage
Thank
of
you.
skin in the game. I think that's a great idea. Secondly, I wanted to say that I'm definitely okay with higher amounts. I just thought maybe anything over 30,000 comes to council, but below 30,000 would be fine. And finally, I wanted to make the small point, but an important one, I think, that I do not see the grant to Virtual X Kitchen as solely an expansion for that business, because the model that was put forward to us was for ghost kitchens. And you see often in businesses like that, those are really business incubators, and those are the future small mom and pop businesses that set up in this city. And also, it allows for flex space potentially for businesses that are displaced by development to move there temporarily while that new building is built. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mr. Hernandez, pretty.
All right, I wanted to pile on to the great idea that Councilmember Adams put out. Right now, well, I guess one of my biggest concerns with this program was the standards that didn't seem very clear to the applicants. It was pretty just open regarding the dollar amounts, and I had heard everything from, you know, there were certain developments that were closing down. I understand that at that point, the program was needed to have that large flexibility. Since we're evolving and we're looking at numbers, I greatly appreciate, you know, us trying to clearly communicate a percentage of skin in the game. I like that. Separately, though, I do want to make an amendment to what I had said about the program just being above 30,000. I think there are businesses out there that maybe just need that 1 month to bridge them before they like get a big influx of money in the city. So I would like it. I like the up to 50,000 or 20%, something along the lines of that. I would be really supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you got the directions. There's quite a few good points came out.
Are we making a motion?
No, tonight.
Okay, good. An action item.
Wait.
It's an action item, so it looks like.
It is an action item, but I'm not sure
We don't need to vote today, though, do we? Because I think
can-
everybody presented some good ideas.
We could probably bring it back another night. Mr. Young, what do you think?
We will bring it back. We'll continue operating as we have, but we'll bring back something with more substantial changes that will address some of, we haven't had a chance to talk about the percentages, but I don't think we're off on that concept at all. And just the what percentage sounds reasonable for that, whether it's 15, 20%. Not sure I know the answer to that at this hour particularly, but and we can also bring back some of the other criteria that with the 5-year commitment. So yeah, I don't think there's any need for us to stay here tonight, but as long as this understanding from the council that we're going to continue to move forward with the program.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, can I also add that we can also bring back information regarding what the county is doing to help support businesses? I know, don't look at me like that. But there are opportunities for grants that they are working on.
We will list
that we
the
could possibly
programs.
look into supporting and adding to what we have in our, already in our arsenal.
Not only county, I believe, I'm pretty sure we're not the first entity or the government that's doing it. There should be, or must be, many other jurisdictions across the country doing similar programs.
We are incorporating a number of the dollars that are coming from the state and county as grants, as we just got one. And what we discovered is, they're trying to figure out how to utilize their ALPRA dollars. So they have constraints, and we need to be able to utilize those funds as quickly as we can.
Thanks. So that's a very nice segue to the next work session of the ARPA. All right. Thank you, Mr. Will. Are there any last word?
Just thank you all for the flood of emails, but it makes it, I like answering your questions, so please send them.
There you go.
And I really appreciate it. To the grant program, Denise, I'll be sending, Ms. Mitchell, I'll be sending more because we
I
use,
help you out.
POTOM was looking at the county program to get loans from the county. So I'd love to kind of keep talking about that, but thank you all, and please keep
Thank
sending
you.
me emails.
Okay,
Absolutely.
definitely.
Keep up the good work.
Thank
Point
you,
of
Ms.
order?
Rice.
I'm sorry. Do we need to table it formally since it was an action item?
No.
Yeah, don't we need to?
No? Okay, great. Thanks.
We
You
don't
just
need
decided
to-
not to take action, that's all.
Because
Okay, I thought we needed
it's
to
not,
table.
it's not moved. A
Okay,
second,
okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
problem. All right, so that was the last action item. Now we go to the last item, which is a work session discussion item. And Mr. Fields, one more time. Let's talk about the ARPA and all
Take
the
two.
great work we're doing on the spending all the money.
In the interest of keeping this as short as possible, I'm going to forego the history of ARPA and where we've been with it. The main reason we're here, again, back in April, or with the budget, we talked about the upcoming obligation deadline of December 31st, 2024. So we put together kind of a cursory 25 ARPA budget with the promise to come back at this time with better numbers when we had closed out FY24. So that's where we are. And again, if you have attachment 1 that was part of the packet is the ARPA funding allocation. Again, I'd be happy to go through any of it you want. I was going to focus on the what is unobligated currently. Those are the peach or orangish highlighted items, and also note those in the cover sheet, the staff report. We spent most of our money, so that's a good thing. I know that there's a lot of entities out there that are still trying to spend their money and have a lot left to spend. But what we have primarily left unobligated at this time of ARPA dollars is stormwater mitigation monies. There's been a total over the couple of years of 1.4 million set aside. I had a discussion with city engineer, and basically what is noted in the report, and again, Ms. Whitney asked the question in email, I think everybody got it. There's, in essence, about $585,000 expected to be left of that. He's estimated a little bit of funding, so 585 is what's available there. And I was remiss as I was looking at this for this evening. If you look at attachment 1, the ARPA, the bottom line is a negative $34,000 and change. They said that's over-allocated ARPA funding, and that's just due to the timing of doing the budget and not knowing actual numbers. So not a big number, 34,000, but if you are looking to obligate or reallocate that, what I said was 585, should really be about 551,000. So that would balance that out and make that 34,000 zero. The other item, Meals on Wheels, you've been discussing that $800,000 for their build out. The city manager's been working with the director of Meals on Wheels. I believe the mayor's been working with the manager and the director on that. And I think there's very optimistic to get that done under the deadline. So that's all I have on the ARPA. And then real quick, the lost revenue recovery can be very simple. So if you look at attachment 2, again, this details the $10 million, the uses of that, and allocations and uses, and bottom line, we have $1.1 million left of lost revenue recovery. Based on discussion with our auditors, what they suggested was allocate anything left, anything you have to your employee salaries and benefits. That's an eligible use of lost revenue recovery. We do that and we're done with it. That frees up any of those monies that we did have, and we would still account for them separately to be used for other purposes, general government purposes. And I believe this goes to Councilmember Adams' email about using $1 million some dollars shifting I'm sorry, it's getting late, Duval Field renovations, some of the money's there. So the city manager and I discussed, and we would recommend that those remaining lost revenue dollars and any unobligated dollars, lost revenue dollars, just be allocated to employee salaries and benefits. I'm sounding loud. So I mentioned it in the first presentation, would like to bring the recommendation for that, and then also I know there'll be some discussion about both of these, but use of that $550,000, how that would be allocated, bring that back September 1st, the budget amendment for encumbrances or proposed budget amendment for discussion, and then any ARPA dollars, and then if you're in agreement to on how to use that lost revenue recovery, we would bring that back September 10th to start the process. Again, there's some requirements for introductions of ordinance, budget amendments, all that, but get the ball rolling on that. So
good job.
I will shut up there and try to answer any questions.
I have a quick question before I take other questions, maybe. The neighborhood flooding study mitigation, does that also include the Culver Hills?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the first part of
in the first worksheet, and it was page 175. You have $1,400,000, 1.4 million.
For stormwater?
Stormwater. Does
Yes,
that
sir.
include the Culver Hills flood
Does it in-
mitigation?
I'm having.
The Culver Hills.
Yes, sir.
That does include.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Adams and Ms. Mitchell and Ms. Whitney, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it builds off of the mayor's comment just then, is that I believe, I don't know if it was 585,000, but there was an allocation, or I want to use the term correctly. There was, maybe it was allocation for the potential of a Calvert Hills flood attenuation study and actual implementation. And I believe that was over 400,000. It might be that 585,000. I forget exactly what that number was. And I know the city is working through that process. You know, it's public domain that, you know, we will likely receive a grant from FEMA to help move forward with the design of it, not necessarily construction, from what I understand. And it's a $300,000 grant, I believe. And so what I'm pointing out is that if we are to be successful in going through the steps, that need is still there. And I understand that it might be constructed if we achieve all deadlines and move expeditiously by the end of calendar year 2026, but we have to obligate before the end of this year. And that's kind of puts us in no man's land, because we have funding for the design, but the construction is where the big costs come into play. And so I guess my question about the Duval Field is there's known stormwater management that we are doing there. It's a portion of our total investment in that reconstruction, and we, I believe, intend to bid that project out and get it started before the end of this year. And so my suggestion was to take that 585,000, move it to Duval Field to account for the design and construction related to stormwater, which is a portion of that project, and then, you know, think about the total funding that's in Duval Field and maybe not go to the ceiling because we're kind of moving 585,000 to it. And maybe if we're successful in the steps with the Calvert Hills project, hopefully we have some money left over that's unencumbered or not required to follow ARPA rules, because we took out a bond bill for Duval Field that we could potentially use from that. And if the Calvert Hills project doesn't make it to the finish line, then we got $500,000 that we can use for business retention or some other priority. But that's the logic that I was kind of trying to convey in my email, is that I think it's clear cut that Duval Field has stormwater management characteristics to it. We know that's directly ARPA eligible. I would prefer to allocate it to that and then free up some of the funds possibly in the future if the Calvert Hills project moves forward.
And that money could come from the bond bills, that's your
Correct.
suggestion?
Or we have to see what the bids are for Duval Field, and we just, you know, look at future budgets to try to make everything work. But I think, to me, there's a logic there.
Any comment from Mr. Young or Mr. Fields on that?
I wasn't here when we issued that bond, so I'm not familiar with the covenants that came with that bond, but I can work with Mr. Field to see if that would be possible.
Yeah.
When you say bond bill, are you talking about the state bond bills or
No.
the bonded debt that we took out for Duval Field?
I believe there's a bond bill that was for the city hall as well as Duval Field. And we
Together.
have like $5 million left.
That's our debt bond.
Yeah,
I'm
debt.
sorry, we've received state bond bills that support, I think, both those projects, but.
Yeah, that's,
No, your point's well taken. I have sent that to our ARPA consultants. I need to get with the city engineer, because some of those things that, you know, again, I was just talking with him last week about getting this detail of where we were, and he did mention the grants that I think is related, a state grant for some of the work with Calvert Hills, but I'm not sure on all of that. He had factored those things in our match that would be needed. I think that's factored into the estimate that he gave. So I will check with him to get a good accounting of it and provide that back.
It's more of a timing issue and we've been trying to work through that. You know, we've been told to hold off moving forward.
Correct.
Before they can actually award us the grant. So that's another encumbrance that we're trying to deal with. it's not impossible to do. It's just the timing may not work out exactly for us to do it. I'm hopeful that potentially we have another way to pay for some of our projects that, you know, also leaves us some more money that comes back and we're able to keep in our general fund. So.
Yeah, and I guess I think the sequence and the timing with the Calvert Hills project, if there is a match for the design, then, you know, that, you know, I think we should be able to find that. That's gonna be a lower number. I guess my logic that I'm trying to suggest here is that $585,000, send it all to Duval Field to account for the stormwater management that is related to that project, and then you know, note on this council that when we look at the cost of Duval Field, we have an additional $585 to potentially work with, but it doesn't mean we have to use it, you know, use it all for the cost there. And if we could save some for future projects, I think, such as the Calvert Hills project, I think that would make a lot of sense.
And I agree, it does make sense, and it makes more sense now after hearing you talk about it. But the bond that we took out, the debt that we have, yeah, if we could reduce that amount, we can use that excess for different capital projects. So the city manager talking about the covenants with that debt, it was written to include other capital projects.
The one concern I need to talk with our staff about is in using ARPA funding, what is the effect of using that type of grant money on the project? And with the federal requirements, are we gonna have to look at going through a different bid process than we've already laid out and gone through? And will it delay that? But I don't know the answer to that, but I will follow up with staff on that.
Thank you for looking into it. Yeah, we can always explore it, right?
So I'll pause there, but I'll take a second bite to talk about other things. Thank you.
Okay, let's do. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fields. I am supportive of Calvert Hills because that is something that's been on the docket for many years about the stormwater situation. But overall, there has been a stormwater study that was done during COVID that had District 4 in there that has not been completed. The only reason why I won't go, there are several houses there that have not had a completion of that study. And in addition to that, the funding that was allocated for stormwater. So if we can take a look at that in totality, because it's an issue for the city in regards to stormwater and flooding, if we can use some of the money for that. My second bite is, I know we talked about earlier about using some of the money to designate for a general fund for reserves. I don't know if that's something that can be allocated or not.
From ARPA?
I'm asking.
The lost revenue recovery funds could be used towards that. The ARPA money, that's not, I don't think it's an eligible use.
All right. Okay, I'm paused right there. I'll let someone else talk.
Thank you. Ms. Whitney.
In the process of that conversation, my question was answered.
Ah, fantastic. That's what I want to hear. Mr. Hernandez.
I just wanted to say, so I like the idea of being able to shift the money around. I do want to reemphasize Mr. Young's point. If money's moving around, we really need to make sure that the qualifications, especially with ARPA, right, given the heavy amount of rules associated with it, please consider that before we start moving it around.
Absolutely, and I've talked with the city manager more than once. I signed the papers back 2.5 years ago. My name's on there, so I want to make sure that where everything's done according to the rules.
I don't think anyone intends to put this project in jeopardy.
No. It's just it's something that can be quickly overlooked as Councilmember Adams presented a pretty solid plan. In a perfect world, we could move money around with no issues, just like that. But there are so many regulations tied to some of this stuff that could limit us.
Yeah, and I have full confidence in Haggerty. They are amazing to work with. If Michael Williams is here, the city managers dealt with them. They know their stuff. In a lot of cases, I might be a little concerned, but again, I'm 100% confident in their
Okay.
abilities and knowledge.
I want to ask, though, recognizing that you all had basically recommended or asked or suggested using that $575,000 for salaries and, no? Different money? Okay, never mind then. I misunderstood.
Yeah, that's lost revenue.
See,
Lost
okay.
revenue.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I feel like I need to be briefed a little bit better before I ask questions on this.
And in very simple terms, and again, lost revenue recovery was provided as part of the guidelines provided by Treasury, and it was for the general fund revenue replacement. So it was for revenue lost, theoretically, hypothetically, due to the COVID pandemic over those couple of years. So with that, their restrictions were far fewer. There was, I can remember too, you couldn't use it to pay off debt, and you couldn't use it to fund a deficit in a pension plan. I remember those two things, and there was only one other, I think. So, and they really were not applicable to us. So other than that, you could use them for basically any general government purpose.
Good.
Motion to extend the meeting.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Any abstention? Motion approved. Thank you. So it's a $10,000, right? Lost revenue. That's your suggestion.
10 million.
Sorry, 10 million. Oh my goodness. Okay. Mr. Adams, second bite. Miss Mackey, I didn't see your hand.
Just
Prospect.
quickly, I appreciate you explaining to us how from the lost revenue amount that there's a lot of constraints on how we can use that. So that really cleared that up for me.
Opposite.
No? Oh, it's the opposite of that. Yeah. Okay.
ARPA has constraints, lost revenue, not much.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so the only thing that I wanted to say is that when we're considering allocating of the money in, if we have any to allocate, some of the residents have expressed to me a need for is there a way that we can allocate money for some of the food like Meals on Wheels and the
Food services
so
program.
we can do that and then take the money that we've allocated from our budget and use that for other things. A resident asked me that just today, and I didn't know how to answer it, so.
If it's council's desire, yeah, I believe you can allocate money to the food service organizations.
Right, yeah. Did I make myself clear? Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say, thank you.
Mr. Adams.
I want to build off of Councilmember Mackey's question here is, so let's say we cannot be creative in reallocating that stormwater management funding, or for some reason Meals on Wheels can't make it to the finish line. Are we able to say for calendar year 2025, so maybe fiscal year 2026, we want to pre-allocate $300,000 to meal service delivery? And for calendar year 2026, fiscal year 2027, we want to pre-allocate $300,000 to meal service delivery. Are we allowed to do that?
That is, I've asked that question of Haggerty with, I believe that was one of Councilmember Whitney's suggestions or questions was the Care Solace money. We've budgeted in the 25 budget, we did put in the roughly 82,000 for FY25. Is there a way, I think that's what you're asking, can we, I don't want to prepay it because, just there's some risk there, but somehow pre-allocate it for 26 and 27 if we need to use those funds. So I will ask the same question regarding food service delivery.
So for food service delivery, I believe the answer is yes. The other, I've also approached the Housing Authority to see what potential projects that they may also have that may need funding in different amounts, and they've prioritized that for us. So should we get in a situation where we know we have organizations that the council could allocate dollars to specific projects before the end of the calendar year.
Like the Habitat for Humanity, we could pre-fund that too. There's certain ones, I know you'd have to do some research and make sure that everything it works out, but I think that would be a good approach, that if we don't get to the finish line with stormwater management and I don't want to even say that, but Mills on Wheels, but if we could already have kind of a plan ready to go to say, well, let's quickly allocate that in FY26, that money in FY26, FY27 to mill service delivery, to housing authority, to the Care Solace, to these different items that we know are ARPA eligible, but we have to allocate before the end of this calendar year, but we can spend up to the end of calendar year 26. So I definitely encourage us to have a game plan on that, because I think collectively this body is going to want to fund a lot of those in calendar year 26 fiscal year 26 and 27. So it sounds like we're on the same page, and you're going to consult with the Hagerty on what's available there. The other item I had a question with is loss of revenue recovery. I think the discussion point was staff salary and benefits. Is that correct? Are we at a point that we don't feel like we're fulfilling that obligations based upon our budgets, or trying to understand a little bit of the logic there?
It's just funding. I mean, it's already been spent. We've spent the salaries. It's come out of the general fund. This would just be it's revenue replacement. So it would be replacing those funds and allowing the $1.1 million to be spent without time constraint.
Okay. So that the way you said it at the end gives me a little bit better understanding here. So you're saying,
and we're not short on, we're not unable to pay salaries and benefits.
So you're saying use that to pay the benefits and salary for a certain period of time, which then the money that we've already planned to use to pay the salary and benefits could be potentially unlocked for other items.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
That makes perfect sense. Fully
Legally
support.
cleans the money, so to speak.
Sounds wonderful. I think that's an excellent idea. Thank you.
From general funds.
And I'm not being nitpicky. I know we've had the emails about allocation. We have to obligate, the allocation's the easy part. It's the obligation. And I did want to mention, that's one of the things to get a better idea of what we want to do, and this is good tonight, but to exactly how to obligate those dollars, because we know the subrecipient agreements we have with CP Cup and Attic Towers, and we have one with Habitat for Humanity for the $300,000. Those are all obligated, so there's not an issue there. But that's as we get closer, and we're still in good shape. I mean, we're not scrambling, but we want to know exactly what we need to do to obligate the funds and get that in place, any agreements, contracts. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a contract, but it's the form and getting them to Hagerty to help us with, here's what you need to obligate those dollars.
Great, and I'll just add one more statement of, if we do unlock additional funding, increasing the business and retention grant in this fiscal year and future fiscal years is something I would definitely support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Whitney, first bite, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it my first bite? Okay,
Yes.
I'll take it. As far as the obligation versus allocation, I don't know, but my understanding would be if we were to use that money for food service organizations, I'd imagine that's a donation. There's not a bill there. There's not a contract that we're giving that money. So I would imagine we would just give that money and just let them know this is in lieu of future donations. Perhaps I'm wrong on that, but that would have been my assumption, which is why I was asking about if, with Care Solace, if there was the possibility of signing a contract for additional 2 years, which would be an obligation, and then those funds could be paid in a contractual manner, an annual basis. by 2026. And that, in my mind, would probably be 2 more years of contract. And then finally, I appreciate that the city manager has reached out to the Housing Authority, because that was going to be, that's a definite need that we have. And that was going to be one of my big suggestions before I realized about the Calvert Hills flood attenuation. So we have a lot of priorities here, and I think we've got our act together in figuring out how to do it. So I appreciate you bringing all this to us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be supporting all the projects that are already.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Mitchell.
Mayor. So, Mr. Fields, so tonight you just want get our guidance on what has been given to us currently that in this packet that you need us to get approval for in September, correct?
Yes, if I can be so bold as to what I would like to get tonight, are you good with, the recommendation about the lost revenue recovery?
Okay, on page
And-
176,
Okay,
correct?
great.
I think-
So
I think,
we
yeah.
can bring that back. And I think the other thing, and I don't think you need to decide tonight, but maybe I've gotten some suggestions or questions. Like I said, I've sent those to Haggerty. I actually got a response back tonight. I have not had a chance to look at that yet, but I can send those out to maybe give some, depending on, I need to look back, talk to the city engineer about the stormwater to see,
yes.
Do we really have the 585, or can we shift those dollars as we discussed?
And use
But
them.
if there's 550 left to be
They gotta do cultural
obligated
goods.
or reallocated and then obligated, what y'all want to do with that. If we can send those out over the next few weeks and kind of get consensus, if it's allowed to put that together to bring to the September 10th meeting as a use of how those ARPA dollars, remaining ARPA dollars will be used.
So, no, and I thank you, Mr. Fields. Is there any way that we could get something, like a little cheat sheet from Haggerty, so we'll know what, so we won't have to keep asking, can this be a part of it? Can that be utilized? I think that will help us to gauge what our wants are, instead of keep sending 10 or 15 emails a day, to give us a little more guidance. And then I do want to say that I would like to see, if at all possible, consideration again about not only Calvert Hills, but the completion of what was done in 2021 for District 4, because that needs to be completed for stormwater management.
That is a city-wide flood mitigation study. Is that the same project, Mr. Young?
Well, we completed the mitigation study for 2 watersheds, if I recall right. I'm unclear, and I'll have to get clarification with
Mr. Halpern.
with Mr. Halpern on the status of the mitigation efforts for the two areas, because they were separate.
Okay.
I thought the ones, my understanding on the ones in the College Park Woods were really more individually based on individual properties versus a larger project that was in Calvert Hills, which was more of a community-wide type project. But I'll go back and double check that.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, very last one. Okay, actually, Mr. Hugh has the first bite. Can I come back to you?
So a couple things. So in the final wrap-up that you were saying, Mr. Fields, about instructions and projects, you'd mentioned earlier about Duval Field and the funding. Could you please explain that over, reiterate that? Use of this money, if it can be applied to that or not?
Yeah, the bond, we took out a bond in 2019, debt for the city to build City Hall and to do the Duval Field renovations. There was roughly, right at $5 million was the Duval portion, with interest on that and other funds. There's, I think it's around 5.5 million now, don't hold me to that, but those funds are ready, and we have spent some on the studies and things like that, but the bulk of that will be spent here, hopefully in the next 6, 7, 8 months, year to do that project. I think what Councilmember Adams is talking about is there's a portion of that, I don't know what that is, that's related to stormwater issues on that property. So if that happens to be, I'm making up numbers here, I'm just pulling out numbers, that's 500,000. We would not have to use, we could use these ARPA dollars, 500,000 that are eligible for stormwater mitigation. That would free up $500,000 of the bond money to be used for other capital projects. Is that?
Okay, great, thank you. And one other question about, since we're talking about watersheds, stormwater management, the Cherry Hill community, has that been included at any point? Because, I mean, that discussion would have been had before we came on board. Yeah, for Cherry Hill? Yeah.
Yes, we cover the entire city.
Entire city, this, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So anyone, any single-family homeowners could contact our engineering department to come in, and we engaged a consultant to do the study. All right, Mr. Adams, very
Yeah,
last one.
I was just going to say, based on the information provided, and Mr. Young, and I think Mr. Hernandez also mentioned it, is if we can pre-fund Habitat for Humanity, Food Service, Care Solace, and those programs in FY '26 and '27, that to me appears to be the easiest way to, fund the projects that we want to get done. And then if those are already funded through ARPA, when we do our future budgets, if we need to take away, or if we need 250,000 or or 300,000 for a stormwater project, then we're not having to allocate funding for these because they've already paid through for ARPA. So we would make that during our budget decision. To me, that sounds more feasible if that's available, and Haggerty says that's allowable.
Yeah, and not only if by pre-fund, you're talking about prepay, again, we may be able to do that. My concern as a finance director, that's a big risk. If,
It is.
we're giving money to an any organization or any business, and if they go out of business, whatever. But yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's, I thought about, gee, if we can prepay, can we prepay these? But I don't.
You're paying, but you're not getting the service yet.
Well, again, you will likely get it, but there is the risk that something happens. But if we can get an agreement, that's what I need to get with Haggerty on, and I have a better idea. What do we need to do? How could we obligate these funds for Care Solace or the other entities we've talked about? What form does that look like that will qualify as obligation for U.S. Treasury? So,
Right. I'm sure staff will work with Haggerty to find the answers to those questions. But this is a good conversation. Mr. Fields, you got the direction and everything?
I'm sorry?
You've got the direction. You've got everything you need?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to have to get hearing aids. I don't know. Sorry. I'm getting old.
Thank you. Good to hear. All right. All right. It's 10:47. Thank you for staying late.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your hard work. Absolutely. So let's go. I think we are at the end of the agenda, thankfully. All right. So let's go to number 13, which is about request for status of the future agenda items. Mr. Adams.
I put forward a future agenda item for a letter to SHA requesting consideration for protected bike lanes on the reconstructed portion of Baltimore Avenue.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye. I think everyone agrees. No, abstention or opposition. All right, anyone else? Did you submit a form? I have, okay, I must have missed it. All right. Oh, okay, just now, okay, sorry. Number 14, which is about comments from the audience. I have, nobody's here. I don't see any virtual hands. Let's move quickly to the comments from the mayor and council. Mr. Adams, Pass. Ms. Mackey?
Ms. Whitney and I got to go to the Chesapeake Bay Water Policy Committee meeting. It was in July. And it was very interesting. And there's a lot going on with the Chesapeake Bay and just all the watersheds in the area. So just sharing that with you. Thank you. I'm trying to stay on top of it, although a lot of it goes over my head, but we're trying, right, Susan?
Thank you. Ms.
Yes,
Mitchell?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was, had the opportunity to represent the city at the COG retreat that was held in July in Cambridge, Maryland. It was very engaging and very interactive. Had the opportunity to sit down and speak with the DC Metro. They are actually continuing to do they're doing their task force in regards to the rates and the services. So we should be receiving an update via COG by letter, hopefully by the next 2 weeks, regarding the shortfall. So, and I'll be glad to give a report in September.
Fantastic. So Councilmember Reed and I also had the opportunity to attend the COG Region Forward meetings, and there was a very interesting, very engaging meeting about how the other communities are doing in terms of community engagement. So interesting comments, and some of the things, some of them doing very old-fashioned, some of them are doing pretty new, which is interesting. And also thank you, many of you came to last week, our beloved former city clerk. We had the farewell party, but thankfully we have Ms. Eleni with us, so thank you. So first day at work. First meeting, yes, as a city clerk. All right, Ms. Whitney?
Just a quick note, along the newly painted bike lanes on Route 1, some of the drainage grates, the inlet grates are not safely oriented. They're basically parallel to the direction of traffic, and they're very big grates, and a bike tire could get caught in them, and the rider could be flipped. And we've already, the city engineer has already notified SHA. Those engineers are already working on it. They've acknowledged the problem and are working to quickly replace those grates. That is not the design that should be in a bike lane. Thank you.
Fantastic. And thank you for attending last week's Four Cities meeting. That was a very good. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, okay. Yes, the Four Cities meeting. One of the big attractions was the fact that the SHA engineers did attend, and we were able to talk to them about the need for protected bike lanes on Route 1 and a functioning pedestrian crosswalk at Campus Drive, and I believe we talked about the blinking RFB signal on Greenbelt Road. I believe we talked about that. And there was another issue. Please remind me if anyone's remembering, but it's late. And the lights.
U-turn lights.
Oh, yes, the U-turn lights on Route 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
you
you.
for coming up with those ideas. Thank you. Dr. Estes?
Pass.
Mr. Hugh?
Yes, last week I got to attend the Maryland Municipal League synopsis on housing crisis and plans for this the state. So that was a very interesting conversation, a lot of takeaways.
Oh, fantastic. And I hear from you. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, as the school year starting up again, just wanted to tell parents that there are many different programs out there for them to get free school supplies. I know that times are tough for everyone, so please keep your eye out. I know that the American Legion's putting something else out there, and so is the VFW. In addition to, it's just a good opportunity to touch base now that we're all coming back from wherever you may have been throughout the summer. So,
thank you. I believe there is a backpack giveaway program at the Hollywood Elementary School.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I have something. I'm sorry, I have one.
Please.
For all the parents out there who have students who attend Prince George's County Public Schools, I know today is the 7th, but you have to have your child registered in school in order to get transportation. They are not going to pick up children unless your child is registered. So please,
Really?
please, 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 make sure at least by, that is new, this is new. Please make sure that you talk to your school principal or secretary to make sure your child's registered, and especially if they need transportation.
Yeah, do you have any flyer or anything? Maybe I should be pushing in our social media.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be glad to, when I go to work tomorrow morning, to
Thank you.
send some information to the clerk.
Yeah, it's a big change, actually. I don't know. Many parents may not know. All right, thank you. We have Ms. Ott with us. Ms. Ott, do you have any
I'll pass
comment?
it.
You passed, thank you. Mr. Young?
Yes, actually, Councilmember Mitchell reminded me, we have had for the last couple of weeks a survey in our weekly bulletin regarding Metro, and it's called the DMV Moves survey, customer survey, and I would encourage all of our residents to go in and provide some feedback back to Metro. There are a number of changes that will be coming on board on the system, so it would be helpful to have a lot of input from our residents who utilize the service.
Thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? So we are adjourned. We will not be having any meeting in August, if I'm not wrong. Back in September. Okay, see you in September. Good night, College Park.
down the